Gary Nielsen, Central Region.
Brett Selman, Northern Region.
I'd like to welcome, we've got a good audience today. We appreciate you taking time to be here. We know that, you know that your comments are valued, and with that, I would like to ask the Wildlife Board for approval of the agenda.
I'll make a motion, we approve the agenda.
I'll second that.
All right, we've got a motion to approve the agenda. We've got a second. All in favor? Motion passes unanimous. Do we have a motion for the minutes?
I'll make the motion that we approve the minutes as presented.
Second.
Got a motion and a second for the minutes. All in favor? The motion passes unanimous. Do we have any items for the action log?
We don't. We have a few coming up later this fall, but we don't have any for today.
Thank you. With that, I'd like to turn time over to our Director, Jay Shirley, for an update.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thought they finally got it right with the mics, and I was going to be the only one up here that had one that works, but I guess they got it figured out. So with our DWR update, it's been a great couple months for sure. A long, hot summer, and this has been quite the ride we've been on with moisture for a little bit. So a lot of the update we'll deal with that. In our administrative services section, our Bobcat permits will be sold online and in offices at licensed agents locations starting on October 3rd. That's the next big one to come up. And then our sportsman permit application period starts October 19th and runs through November 9th. On our aquatic section, kokanee salmon have started spawning at many lakes. We encourage the public to get up there and see that. It usually runs until about mid-October. Some of the locations that are easiest to see them are listed here and include Strawberry, Flaming Gorge, Jordanelle, Causey, Porcupine, State Line. There's a lot of great places to go and see kokanee this time of year. So, we've had some really good summer rains, but those summer rains really don't affect our stream flow and or reservoir levels. So we continue to struggle with drought-related issues in our fisheries, and that's something that we're constantly working on. Another thing to mention with our aquatic section is in Highline, I think it's called Highline Reservoir. Let me confirm that. Yeah, just across our Colorado border, they have detected adult zebra mussels there. So that's something that we're constantly monitoring and trying to keep on top of aquatic invasive species in this state. So our habitat section, we have a lot of meetings with DNR and other agencies about wildfire, and it's really been a very minimal wildfire season, and a lot of credit can go to Forest and Fire and State Lands for their Fire Sense campaign. Our largest fire was the Halfway Hill Fire, which affected the Fillmore WMA, and the Southern Region's working on a habitat rehabilitation plan for that WMA. Like I mentioned, these summer monsoon rains have improved our habitat, especially in the mid to upper elevation levels. We have had a lot of really good green up that has been very beneficial for our wildlife, and we're excited to see what that does when we start doing our captures in December and get to look at that data. We have a lot of our habitat projects that were funded in FY23 are being started and around the state. And we appreciate all the resources that have been put in for that habitat restoration, and the conservation organizations and other agencies and NGOs that are involved there. We anticipate having a really good year. I did hear some feedback yesterday from WRI that a lot of projects are coming in more expensive than anticipated. So there may be some adjustments made there But just a lot of thanks goes out to everyone that's involved in those projects and our partners that are making that happen. Our law enforcement section is sending 4 new officers through post in October and 2 more in January. We hope that will keep our enforcement section fully staffed, which it's been almost 12 years since that was the case. We've been close a couple times in the last few years, and it's hard to anticipate just with all our other sections. There's always when we have retirements or people move on, it takes us a while to catch up with that. We're excited in this section to be able to be close to being full. Our enforcement section provided a little bit of data just from August 1st to the 23rd of September. They've checked 4,347 fishing and hunting licenses and discovered 319 illegally killed animals, which of that includes 39 big game animals. The majority of those would likely be fish in those illegally killed animals. So issued 569 citations and received 240 tips from the public. And I'll just put a plug in for them that if you are out in the woods having our Tip 411 app, you can let our officers, you can send in tips anonymously through text if you want. And then also through our DWR app, you can access our Help Stop Poaching hotline through that as well. So great online resources to be able to submit information. Our outreach section, we're live streaming the Strawberry River kokanee salmon spawning run on our YouTube channel. The state fair ended on September 18th. Hopefully you had a chance to go see that. We highlighted our wildlife management areas this year and had 40,000 visitors to the wildlife. I'm going to call it the barn, but I don't know if that's what it's actually called, but our facility there at the state fair. So really good turnout. Also on September 24th was National Hunting and Fishing Day. We had a social media photo contest for people's first harvest is kind of what that was, and got a lot of photos. And these pictures here are some of the 5 finalists I think that we chose from. And anyway, that was a fun event, and I look forward to taking the winner, which is that top left photo. We are going to go spend a day catching some fish, so that will be good for both of us. Our wildlife section, the waterfowl hunt opener in the northern zone is this Saturday, October 1st. And the youth waterfowl hunt in the northern zone happened on September 17th, and the southern region zone is this Saturday, October 1st as well. Chucker and gray partridge opened this last weekend. And then just generally speaking, our reports that we've been getting from hunters in the field on their deer and elk hunts, archery hunts in particular, have been really good. The timing of the rut for the elk hunt seemed to be very good. And then that is our board member right there, Gary Nielsen, and his son, who were lucky enough to have a permit. I think that's the Wasatch unit, and that is an amazing animal, and congratulations there. And with that, I had a video that we're going to show, and we're going to loop it in and show it at lunch so that we're not taking too much of your time today. So thank you.
All right. Thank you. Well, great update. Gary, I realize what I've been doing wrong all along. In my wildlife photos, I never can make me look a little more slim, but I've never had a big enough animal to do that. So you were looking good. With that, I just want to, Director, I think it's been about a year since you've been in this position, and those of you that maybe haven't had an opportunity to get to know the new director and the director's staff, I would just share with you that they are very welcoming and have an incredible listening ear. This past year has been wonderful to work with them, and just from your update, it shows how much is going on. So thank you. With that, do we have any questions from the board on the update? Questions from rack chairs? All right, with that, we'll go to our first agenda item number 5, fishing recommendation. And I would just ask that maybe you give just if there was any lessons learned from the rack or anything you want to update, if you just kind of.
Let's try that again. Good morning. My name is Craig Walker. I'm the Assistant Chief of Fisheries with the Division of Wildlife Resources Aquatic Section. And Mr. Chair, I'd just like to build on what you suggested here. And before I field any questions you all might have related to the suggested regulation changes for 2023, I did want to share some insights that I've gained when viewing the presentation over and over and over again. First, nearly all of the proposed regulation changes that we are putting forward are designed to achieve the following objectives: expansion of angling opportunities and dispersal of pressure. That angling opportunity expansion is something the board has tasked us with doing in previous years. Establishment of predator-prey balance in our fisheries. Establishment of self-sustaining populations in our fisheries where possible. And encouragement of angler use of resources that would otherwise be lost due to poor habitat conditions, due to drought and other things. Secondarily, the objectives that I mentioned are designed to address some of the challenges that the division is facing in the near future as we try to manage fish populations in the state. Those include documented angler needs, identified in angler survey results that are related to potentially us addressing crowding, as we've talked about to you before, new water quantity and quality realities that we're facing, an increasing number of anglers that are competing for the existing resources that we have, and potentially the limited resources that we have in our hatcheries due to drought. So that's kind of the lessons that I had as a take-home, just as a primer for you all, and I will take any questions that you might have at this point in time.
Thank you. I'll open it up to questions from the board. Questions from rack chairs? Summary from the director?
Yeah, man, that went quick. There it is. Okay, and I also gave all the board members a copy of my summary here for the agenda items on the docket today. On agenda item 5, the fishing recommendations in Rule R 657-14, we only had one comment, and that comment strongly agreed with the division's proposal. It was from the Utah Anglers Coalition, who support the recommended changes to the 2023 fishing guidebook and needed changes to the associated administrative rules.
All right, thank you. From that, we will go to reports from our rack chairs. Got to welcome Bart from Southern Region, and Jason will be filling in for Brock. I should have asked for rack chair. Can Northern Region, can you share your name?
Kevin McLeod, representing.
Perfect, Kevin, thank you. I should be able to read. So, Bart, we'll start with you on motions from the racks.
The Southern Region made a motion to approve the fishing recommendations. There was a general discussion. Well, there was general actual bewilderment at the actual mortality rates of catch and release. That did come up, and that was, caused a good amount of discussion. Just thought that was something that should be looked at, because mortality rates do affect, success for anglers later on. So anyways, we did approve it.
Thank you. Yeah.
The Southeast region, motion to approve is presented was passed unanimously.
Brett?
Yes, the Northeast region also had a motion to approve as presented, and it passed unanimously.
The Central Region also moved to approve as presented, and that passed unanimously.
The Northern Region had some discussion about how complete and comprehensive the study was, and just appreciated the work that was done by the fisheries people with the division, and a motion was made to pass it. It passed unanimously.
Thank you. With that, I just want to talk a little bit. We'll go to comments from the audience, just a reminder. So the microphone on this side will be where the audience will come speak. We have these green comment cards to fill out. If you have not had the opportunity, you can fill out what item you'd like to speak to, what action item, and then we'll come up. We'll give you 3 minutes to be able to speak. With that, we will start with Stephen Gottfredson, followed by Mike Kennedy.
Wildlife Board, thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. My name is Steve Gottfredson, and I'm the Public Affairs Coordinator for the Utah Spearos. And I represent a group of spearfishermen here in the state of Utah. Spearfishing is an exciting sport. And as I was standing up here and you said I've got 3 minutes to present, I thought, you know what? I can hold my breath that long. So I was actually going to challenge any of you to try and do the same thing. But then I was like, no, I actually want them to concentrate on what we're talking about. You know, spearfishing is something that's in the guidebook. We really appreciate the opportunity that the state of Utah gives us to go into waters and to, just like any other fisherman, have the opportunity to go after fish in a legal way. The spearfishing is really expanding across the United States right now. It's featured frequently on Meat Eater, which is one of the biggest outdoor programs. Some of you might tune into that and hear them talking about that. I know that our ranks are growing just as an organization, like a Facebook group that gets together to talk about what's important. I know the state of Michigan just recently, this is up with other wildlife organizations across the country. I guess I'd just like to say that I think there's a lot of miscommunication out there about spearfishermen. We're just like any other group that wants to use this resource. Does this mean that I have 1 minute left? I've already taken two minutes. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to be fast here. Our objective today is to clarify that we would like the division to clarify a couple of contradictions in the regulations about spearfishing. We'd like to propose a couple of ways to expand spearfishing access, and we'd like to partner more with the Division of Wildlife Resources on management goals. So to do that, we've been working with Craig Walker, Randy Oplinger, and Sarah Siegert, and just been super impressed with this whole process and the way that they've listened. And I think that there are some places where we can come together. And some of the places that we've identified are putting Utah chub on the same status as carp for spearfishing. We would like to request allowing spearfishing for white bass because it's any place that it's found, it's a species without any limit. And that anytime there are emergency regulations that liberalize the harvest due to drought or lake drainage, that the Spearos have the opportunity to participate in harvesting fish at those locations. And then we want to just ask for the opportunity to work with the division when the newsletters go out or when the guidebooks go out, that there might be a mention about just watching out for those buoys that are on the water that keep scuba divers and spear fishermen and even frankly swimmers safe, just to stay away from that. So I'll just wrap that up and just ask for your consideration. We're working closely already with the heads of fisheries, and thank you for the opportunity to present today.
Steve, thank you. Welcome. I would just add that we welcome you as a partner to the table, and one of the best ways is to continue to come to these board meetings, hear the updates, and hear the same issues that we hear that related to something that you love. And I think that as you continue to be engaged, you'll find that very meaningful. So thank you. Mike?
Is it my understanding that 5 minutes for you represent an association, or am I wrong?
3 minutes a day for both.
Is that today for both? Yeah. I will try to do my best. I represent the National Freshwater Association. I am part of Team USA. And spearfishing is a growing sport, and it's getting bigger and bigger all around the United States. So it is going to be something that's going to have to be looked at at every state. Idaho, that doesn't even allow it right now except for carp. But it is a growing state, and a lot of people are getting into it. It's a beautiful world under the water, and it's a better way than fishing. I get to see the anglers dead fish when they think they're releasing the fish back in, and the trout are dead all over Fish Lake bottom. I get to see it. I get to see their beer cans. I get to see everything. I represent USA, go around and compete, took 3rd place in the world last year. What I'm looking for are some of the same rights that anglers have. We had our national spearfishing competition this year at Lake Powell. We took out 20,000 pounds of carp in one day. 20,000 pounds. Carp suck up the eggs of the good fish. They eat the plants of the good stuff. We have tournaments at Deer Creek. We have tournaments at Starvation. We have tournaments at Fish Lake. Fish Lake, we just barely did ours the first week of September. It's only in 6 hours too. We do all this in 6 hours. And we took out about 200 suckers, about 50 carp. And in all those, you get a point if you can get some trout, especially those. We had in there, which Fish Lake has a lot of trout, we had 3 trout out of 40 spearos. That is how hard it is to find a trout. This year, I'm a professional. I've only gotten 2 trout this whole year. One at Deer Creek and one at Fish Lake. It is hard for a spearo to get it. So in your mind of, we're going to clean up, no. To get a trout sees you, they're gone. And you got to hold your breath, sit still, and go down and do that. So don't be worried about that. The other is use us. So gunlock, I've been duck hunting out there for years, and the smallmouth bass, you could have at any time said, hey, let's put a bunch of spearos in there, go after the smallmouth bass, and we could go after them before you poison them. We've done it in Nevada for a lake, Commons Lake out there. We went and got pike out of there after they poisoned it. They thought they got them all, but no. I was able to tell them how many I saw and give them heads so they can DNA test them. Use us. Put us in a river. How many of these fish do you see in here? Do you see chub in the Provo River? I've seen chub in the Provo River. I've seen turtles in the Provo River. So we're a means that we can be used to count and see or get rid of. Our association is getting bigger because our association isn't just Utah. It's Vegas, California. It's all over. So we represent a wide. And the other thing we're looking for, anywhere you are going to poison a lake, let us go in. Say, hey, if it's in poison and it's unlimited fish, anglers and spearos alike allowed in there. Anywhere that's unlimited fish, why not? Why not? You're unlimiting. I'm watching people at Provo River walk out with 2 buckets full of white bass. I just want 4 so I can make a catch and cook right there. So this is what we're asking for. The muskie, or not the muskie, the pike you want out of there. Let us go in there. The lakes that we have, there's 26 lakes, but yes, Willard Bay, Utah Lake, Yuba. I can't see my hands in front of my face. So I would love to try some of these other lakes, fish or strawberry, other lakes, open them up. Strawberry or trout are so hard to get. They may come out with 1. An angler's going to catch tons and throw a whole bunch back, and they'll be sunk at the bottom because they pulled their guts out. But thank you for your time. If there are questions, anybody that would like to ask questions or learn more, contact us or ask here. I still have a minute. I would love to do that. Let me see if I got through all my other things I went through. Oh, we are good at following the rules. I know one of the worries of anglers is largemouth bass versus smallmouth bass. We know the difference. It's pretty easy. A big black line under the water. We don't see fish like this. We see fish like this. You can never hit a fish like this because you'll always miss. There's an angle in the water. We have to dive down. The only way we can get a fish is coming down and leveling with it. Because on top, the angle is not the same. So the best way is down. You always see that black bar. And you can't miss it. So we're good at recognizing fish.
Thank you. Any questions for Mike? I really appreciate it, and I would share the same thing. Welcome to the table, and one of the best ways to I feel like we're both been educated very much today, and ask that you continue that and build those relationships. And I hope that the division can make the contacts today. So thank you.
Thank you. And one other thing I'm looking forward to, open some lake out south. I was thinking Gunlock or Quail Creek. I understand keep Sand Hollow closed. There's no other fish, but I know there's smallmouth bass all over Quail Creek they want out. I've talked to the biologist down there.
Thank you. All right, with that, we'll go to questions from the board. Was there any, from the comments, was there any clarification that you wanted to make?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. First and foremost, I really appreciate Steve and Mike bringing this to the board's attention today. It's been an issue that's kind of been hanging fire for probably a decade as far as expansion of spearfishing opportunities in the state of Utah. Our game plan right now in response to the comments that were made today is to do what we would do with any suggested regulation change. We plan on meeting with spearfishing interests alongside of our biologists and managers at the regional level, getting together, coming to consensus on a package of regulations that we plan on putting out to the public for survey next May. And this will be an off-year, probably regulatory change. We've been doing a biennial regulation change, but this is going to probably be an off-year one. With that in mind, we then have survey results in hand and be ready to present to the RACs and boards next year in August and September about our suggested regulations and the public opinion on those. Just keep in mind that we're doing this the same way that we would do it for any other regulation change that we propose to you all.
So I have a question from the comments we've received today. So when we've had this past year open up several waters because of drought, does that when those limits are unlimited, does that allow spearfishing at that time, or that would have to be a special authorization?
If spearfishing were allowed at that particular water, yes. But right now, we're talking about potentially dovetailing that with emergency regulation changes like we've experienced. So yeah, we have that ability in the future to dovetail those two things, allow for take with a spear in situations where those fish would otherwise be lost.
Okay, but currently that hasn't been happening, but.
Unless the water is open to spearfishing.
Okay. One thing I will state is please just keep the comments to when you come to the microphone. So thank you. Questions from the board?
I guess the only question is, when you say dovetailed, is that something you have the leeway in to do without action from us? If we're trying to get those fish out of it in an emergency closure?
If we were to open it up, and this is something I'll throw out to our legal team, my guess is as an emergency regulation change, we could also specify that the take could be allowing for spearfishing as well. Jay, is that correct?
I was just about to answer that, but it looks like Kyle's on his way, so that might be a safer answer.
If you want to answer that, you can. The director has emergency authority in certain situations for the health and welfare of wildlife. So in that situation where spearfishing is allowed in a body of water, then that would apply. We want to look at how that would work exactly, if what dovetailing that would imply, or what regulations need to be changed for additional bodies of water.
So would we be able to undertake a gear change as part of the emergency regulation change as well? Without,
Year changes and changes in fish
so
population.
say that there was a water that did not have spearfishing allowed on it currently, but we ended up pursuing an emergency regulation change to allow for a more liberal harvest of fish. Would that emergency regulation change be eligible for inclusion of a gear change, like the addition of spearfishing to?
It would need to be justified with the health and well-being of wildlife and the habitat.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Any other questions from the board?
Not a question, but a comment, if that's all right. I just appreciate the division reaching out and being willing to sit down with these new groups. We're always going to have new emerging users of public lands and public bodies of water. So I think this is great. We can be pretty inclusive as long as we don't see any real issues with the other users. So I would just encourage the division to continue to do just what you mentioned. Appreciate it.
Thank you. And it's really a testament to you guys kind of pressing us to move forward with opening up opportunities for angling in the state, and we appreciate that.
Thank you. Questions from RAC chairs? All right, we'll turn time over to the director to summarize comment.
We already did that. We're good. There was just one comment.
Thank you. All right, discussion?
I'd just like to make a motion. I appreciate all the comments and concerns that were voiced at the RAC meetings. That was pretty refreshing to see that and hear that and the responses. I appreciate that.
Motion? Make a motion, we approve as presented. I'll second that.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Who was the second? Seconded by Wade. We'll start with Bryce. All in favor?
Yes.
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 Yes. Motion passes unanimous. Thank you. All right, with that, we will go to agenda item number 6. Thank you.
Chairman.
Sorry. Should I start again? Please. Okay. I'm Guy Wallace, the Southeast Region Wildlife Manager. And I'd like to just take a couple minutes and talk about the committee and the process we went through. I talked about this at each of the RACs because I felt it was very important to emphasize what we went through as a committee and how we worked through this. It was a very good committee, I feel. We had well represented all of the interests in the bison herd. We had some really hard and candid conversations. Everybody that came was very passionate about bison. We had very few meetings that didn't have everybody in attendance that was on the committee. And I think nobody pulled any punches on this committee. We talked about each of the issues that were important and tried to develop strategies to address these. It may not be a perfect plan, but I think it's a good plan that we can work with. And I think the committee felt that way at the end, that we've got strategies in there to try and address concerns that each of the interested groups have. And we'll just work on those issues and try and do the best we can to resolve some of those concerns. And some of these concerns have been longstanding concerns for a number of years. And we'll continue to work on those, and those are addressed in different strategies in the plan. And so I think that's basically what I wanted to say about the committee.
Guy, can you hit on a little bit, after the committee met, it had a draft working plan and it went and met with some of the constituents over in Loa. Can you talk to that a little bit about, trying to not only work within the plan, but work with the constituents on that?
Yeah, we did. We held an additional meeting in Loa and invited the grazers and really anybody that wanted to come and talk about the plan. We presented the plan to the group and talked about some of the issues they had there. And then we went back and held another committee meeting to work through those and address those one by one, line by line, and look at those concerns and try to develop strategies or change our strategies or do whatever we needed to do to address those in the plan.
Thank you. So I was the Wildlife Board representative on this committee, and there was a lot of hard discussion, and this took quite a bit of time. It happened during COVID, and so this was over about a 2-year period. But during that time, there was a lot of discussion. So I appreciate the opportunity to be able to learn from it.
It was 2.5 years, and we set out 6 months because of COVID, and we made the decision at that time not to go to Zoom meetings, that we wanted to have these discussions face to face. And so we held off for 6 months and then resumed once the restrictions were lifted for COVID.
Thank you. With that, I'd open it up to the board for questions. I would ask, what was one of the, can you highlight some of the main issues that the group tried to tackle? Just, you can do it in highlight, but that tried to work through to make sure it was well represented.
Sure. I think probably the foremost one would have been the population objective. The previous plan, our objective was 325 adults post-season. And there were a lot of discussions about that because some felt they wanted more, some wanted less. And so we worked through that, talked about the importance in terms of the genetic makeup of the herd and how important population size was to that issue. And I think we landed in a middle ground with the population objective where it's at. And obviously, we recommended some permits this year that reduced it below that objective based on the current conditions on the Henrys. So, there's some flexibility in that where we can work with that. But at the same time, our goal is to manage for that 325 adults to maintain that herd at that population level. So that was a big issue. Another one was probably the bison distribution. Where they were at different times of the year. We have some areas on the winter range that are a concern, where bison move to sometimes, even earlier than they would normally be there. And so that was another big issue of how we address those concerns of bison use on some of those ranges and where there's conflicts with cattle grazing. So, that one's one of the ones that was probably the most difficult that we don't have easy answers for. We have, some things we want to try and work with and try. And I know there's been sportsman group and some of the landowner and permittee meetings to try and help resolve these issues, and some work between those groups to try and help with that. But those were probably the two foremost issues that I can think of in the plan.
I appreciate you highlighting that. One of the things my eyes was really opened on is that this is a situation where the Wildlife Board can really affect a lot of those discussions of the committee, in that when those hunts take place can really affect those users depending on what time of year those bison are moved to a certain allotment. And so, one of the discussions was that early archery hunt was thought that it could take some animals off the landscape, but it ended up moving them earlier. And so the importance of having that communication with the division and helping the wildlife board understand that really opened my eyes to the importance of making sure that we understand the plan and are following that also.
I think a part I neglected to mention was, as part of the population objective, we decided to use the drought monitor, the U.S. drought monitor, as a guide for making adjustments to the population. And that was partially based on what we did, last board meeting in recommending those permits, is using that drought monitor as a guide for how we set the population level.
Thank you. Open it up to questions from the board.
Not really a question, but what I appreciate all of the work that's gone into a plan. It looks wonderful. But a plan that just sits on a shelf is useless. But I appreciate the way that this plan and you, the division, and you guide that. I mean, when we had the drought, we've recommended more tags. And so I think we've been a really good partner with our landowners, our grazers, everything down there. And so I just appreciate the work on the plan, but I also appreciate the use of the plan that we've already seen in this during the 2 years that you guys have been working on it. So thank you.
Thank you.
Questions from rack chairs? All right, I'm going to give you another opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On agenda item number 6, Henry Mountains Bison Management Plan, we did not have any online comments submitted.
All right, we'll have our rack chairs report on motions. We'll start with the Southern region.
Motion was made to reduce the bison population minutes objective to 225. That motion failed. And then the division of the plan was moved as accepted, opposed by the three that support the motion to reduce the objective.
Thank you, Barton. I just wanted to say, it was quite a meeting to step in as co-chair, vice chair. You did a wonderful job and appreciate you bringing that report back to us. So with that, Kent.
Motion was made in the Southeast region to approve as presented by the division, and that passed unanimously. And also just a thought, maybe Guy could go through this again, and just for benefit of everybody that's here and the online audience that may not have read the plan or anything, just the importance of the Henry Mountains herd nationally and internationally as a pure genetic strain of bison.
Thank you. Brett?
The Northeast region felt that the plan was very well done, and we had some good discussion and ultimately approved it as presented unanimously.
The Central Region RAC made a motion to approve as presented, and that passed unanimously.
Northern RAC had discussion about how important that herd is nationally as well, and appreciated the committee's work and the division working with the committee to put this information together and plan together. And motion was made to pass it as presented, and it would pass unanimously.
Thank you. With that, we will turn the time over for some comments. Our first being Troy Justison, followed by Troy Forrest.
There we go. Troy Justinson, Sports, Fish and Wildlife. Kind of wearing three hats on this. We are a Henry Mountain permittee. I had the opportunity to sit on this committee, and then I'm representing Sportsman, Fish and Wildlife. As the guy pointed out, this was a unique committee. We had some big challenges to sit down together. I've been involved in this for 20 some odd years, and some of these meetings back in Loa in the bottom of the courthouse there got pretty interesting. We've come a long ways. It's pretty neat to see a committee come together, even though we had some major differences, to be able to sit down and talk to it and come up with a compromise, a solution. Neither side got what they totally wanted, but we were able to come up with a plan to move forward. And Brother Hurst, you hit the nail on the head. The plan's only good as we put it to use. And the biggest thing I think I came away from this is a national treasure. And I hope each of you have gone through and read the bison history and the plan down there. They're a unique animal. We're pretty lucky to have them in our state. But the other thing that's important that I've learned from this is the livelihoods that are down there and how important it is that we need to do all that we can to make sure they're given the best opportunity to succeed. And I'm talking about the ranching industry. Probably the biggest thing that's come to my mind is we need to quit fighting over a small piece of pie. We need to grow the pie bigger. I want to give great thanks to Troy Forrest here. Troy and I are committed, he representing ag, me representing Sportsman, to continue to work with those producers down there to grow that pie. We made a trip down, sat at one of the permittees dinner table and discussed how can we help each other? How can we work together? As long as we have that attitude and are willing to work together, we can change things. We can coexist. We can make things good. So hats off to the committee. I appreciate Troy and all that he brings to this. I appreciate the producers down there and for lack of a better word, tolerating my bison. So thank you.
Thanks, Troy.
So Troy Forrest with Utah Department of Agriculture and Food. Again, served on the committee and want to say thanks to the committee and thanks to Troy in particular. Over the years, worked with the division on some of the issues down there, worked with the producers, feel like I have a pretty good handle of what's going on and try to be an advocate for them. And feel like we did that in the plan, and that's why we came to a compromise. I think we represented ag well. Ag recognizes that that is a national treasure, that it's something that's important. Some of these families have been involved in helping to make that happen. We came up with a plan that, although it's not perfect, like has been said, I think it gives us a path to move forward. And our commitment and the commitment that Troy and I have made and talked about is to go in and literally make that pie bigger. Water's limited on that mountain. We think we have opportunities to put water in more places. That will make the pie bigger. Bison and cattle both have to have water. It's a water limited mountain right now. There's cows will only trail so far to water, and I'm sure bison have a limit too, just by the nature of it. But we have ways, we have technologies, if we can get the BLM to work with us a little bit, that we can make it better. And I think the plan gives us the flexibility. We had a fire down there, what's it been, almost 20 years ago now, that burned 40 or 50,000 acres, and we had an incredible flush of nutrition and everything come after that. But that's starting to wane now. And so we're going to have to go in and either mechanically or do another burn or something else to grow that feed and forage back. I mean, not only for the bison and the cows, but for the deer and the other things that are dependent on that mountain. But, I just want to come to the board and endorse that plan, endorse the process. I want to say thanks to the facilitator they brought in. Ben came down and made that trip and kept us from killing each other on some of the nights when it got hot. What's his famous saying? Don't be a dick. That's what he told us all. That's how he started the conversation. And that's literally true. You get in a situation where emotions are that hot, and that's pretty good advice. Did I embarrass him? Did he turn red?
Yeah, I've seen him put that on the wall.
So, but that was important because, and he was light enough that he could bring us back and we could have those discussions, and that was important because there was emotion in that room at times, and to be able to speak through emotion and get to where we got, I think, is a good thing. And having served on a couple of these committees now with this and the Bighorn. Not easy things to do. It takes time and effort, and I think I appreciate all the other committee members and the study and time and what they brought to the table. So thanks.
Thank you, Troy. Stacy, can we have that made up on a plaque and put on Ben's office?
He made that on a paper for me on a trip I was with.
Okay.
I think
have
that,
it still.
I think that well demonstrated the point I said about nobody pulled any punches.
We'll have Wade Garrett, but before we go to that, I want to speak a little bit to Troy Forrest. After the committee met and had a draft plan, we were tasked with going over and meeting with the grazers over in Loa. And as Troy suggested, we did it in the basement of the courthouse, and there was no exit out of that basement. So we put Troy Forrest in the doorway as our facilitator to protect us, that if things got awry, he was the first they had to go through. So, but Troy did an excellent job being a facilitator of that and coordinating those efforts. He represented the ag very well, but also took all of the points that had been hashed for 2 years and let them know that we had talked through those. And so I really appreciated where we ended up with that. With that, Wade Garrett.
Wade Garrett, Utah Farm Bureau. I actually have the handwritten sign from him still on a trip that I took with Ben. So that is his model. So if we're going to throw it out there, it's a good model. That's why I kept the sign. I'll bring it next board meeting and we can hang it somewhere. That said, this is probably the first committee I haven't served on in a while. We had another member of our staff who then changed jobs in our company. So at the end, Farm Bureau didn't have anybody, but we followed it closely. I stayed in contact with Troy and appreciate your work with ag. I really feel like you reached out. I feel like Sportsman reached out. And I want that on the record that we appreciate the thinking outside the box. I think very much on this plan, there was thinking outside the box, and Utah Farm Bureau supports this plan and the process that went through to get to this plan. Hopefully don't have another 2.5-year plan, Guy, but still do appreciate that and the work that was put into that plan.
Thank you. With that, do you have any clarification on comments?
No, I think that's pretty well clarifying everything.
Ben's motto summarized it all, huh?
I think Ben's going to have fun cleaning all the division horse trailers for the next couple of weeks.
So, with that, I will summarize the racks. So we had the central region, the northern region, the southeast region, the northeast region. They all passed the bison plan unanimous. The southern region first had a motion that failed, and then they passed that they accept the Henry Mountain Bison Plan, and that passed 4-3. Does that cover it? Thank you. With that, I'll open it up for board discussion and a motion.
This is a big deal, and I appreciate all the effort that went into this and all the emotions. Because it affects a lot of people's lives, and so we do appreciate all that's gone into it. I'll just go ahead and make a motion. We approve the Henry Bison Management Plan as presented.
I'll second it. Who was the second? Brett. Motion by Randy, seconded by Brett. And I'll just add one portion to that. I sit on there as a representative from the Wildlife Board, mainly to watch from afar, make sure that those committees work, that everyone is represented. But I'll speak to the Henry Mountain herd means a lot to my family. There's a lot of history there. The Albrechts are some of the first families that were in that area. And as the bison have grown, there's been a real respect for them and a desire to pursue those. And sitting on this bison plan, I had family members really get upset that they felt like they wanted more bison there. But sitting on this committee and having my eyes open, I could see all sides. And I felt that this committee absolutely landed where it need to for where we are until we can get Troy and Troy to grow that pie. We're where we need to be. And so, but I have, many polling saying, hey, it's got to grow. We got to, don't understand. But I really want to represent to this board that committee, I believe, got it right. So. Any other discussion before we call for a vote?
Mr. Chair, if I could just chime in as well, I really appreciate the committee. I mean, as a neighbor to the west, I've been watching this for 20 years, as Troy said, and we're probably in a better place than we've maybe ever been. There's been a lot of contention over this issue over those 20 years, and a lot of work has gone into this. I think this is a perfect example of how we can get to a good place if we're willing to sit down and have respectful conversations and try to look at the other sides, try to educate ourselves, as the chairman said. There are a lot of valid points to go around on this, and our public land grazers over there really do have a significant investment in this, as well as the sportsmen. And so I think this is something that we do need to look at and see both sides of it. It isn't just a very simple, direct, let's grow this herd. I just appreciate all the work that's gone into this, and I do think they've got to a great place.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to comment as well. I think we're witnessing something here that is noteworthy. I've sat on committees with these gentlemen before, and I believe that both Troys are the biggest men in the room, and in more ways than size. And the little guy notices that kind of thing. But this is truly an example, like the Bighorn Committee was, of how we can come together and make things happen in this state. And we have something here that's special that other states are envious of. And so I applaud this committee and the people that work to make these things happen. It's not easy. It doesn't happen easily. And I appreciate that.
Thank you. With that, I'll call for a vote. Let's do it individually. Let's start with Bryce.
Yes.
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 Motion passes unanimous. I think that's historic also. So,
Thank you.
yep. With that, we will go to agenda item number 7, the LOA rule amendments. Chad?
Back again. Chad Wilson, I'm the Private Lands Public Wildlife Coordinator. I'll try not to quote Ben throughout this presentation. Really, we're here. Back in June, the board, we heard this rule, and the board asked that the LOAs have a chance to bring stuff to our committee, and that anything that was agreed upon by that committee would be brought back through the RAC and board process. So I just wanted to touch base on that really quick, because there was 4 things that were agreed upon by the committee that the LOAs brought, and the division that the LOAs brought forward. And that was that there'd be an LOA advisory committee. Individuals could be held accountable for bad actions before the entire LOA program would be held accountable. And that as we create program metrics, that LOAs would have an input and involvement. And lastly, to clarify that LOA and DWR would work cooperatively together. So those all went through the RAC and the board, and I think they're all, or not through the board, I guess that's what we're doing today, but through the RACs, those were all agreed upon. One thing that was really, I guess, difficult and confusing for us to navigate through the RAC process was the motion of the board was specifically directed at the things that we could agree upon in that committee meeting. for any that have paid attention throughout the RAC process, a multiplier has been brought up and has probably dominated the discussion. And it was, I guess as a coordinator, it was difficult to navigate that because it felt like it was outside of what the board asked us to do, and made me wonder if there were others out there that would have brought forth opinions if they thought they could, according to that motion. With that being said, I guess I'll dive in and talk about a multiplier, even though I just kind of said I felt like that wasn't something that we were tasked to do, but I just wanted to give a little bit of a background. I know it's going to come up either way. So a multiplier had been discussed in our initial committee meetings. We sat down, we talked about it. We talked about having a multiplier for cropland. We talked about having a multiplier in general. Those were all discussed. It was decided against in that initial committee meeting. That went through the RAC and board cycle and got passed. And then it was presented once again, a specific multiplier was presented to that committee, and there wasn't support in that committee by the committee or the DWR to have the 1.5 multiplier. In that meeting, though, there was some other multipliers that were brought up. One that the division brought up was that if we had a multiplier, that would be for option B of the program. If you remember, option B of the program is they can hunt the private lands, that they're not able to go off of the private lands to do their hunt. So they lose that public land benefit there. And part of it too is that they'd take less public hunters on their land. It'd be 20% of the tags allocated. So we brought that forward of saying that this would be a good place to start. Honestly, in that committee, it didn't seem like from the LOA representation that there was a lot of interest in a multiplier on option B. Another committee member during that meeting also brought up the potential, which we'd already discussed in the initial committee meetings, but having a multiplier on cropland. Once again, we talked about that for a bit, but it didn't feel like we got a lot of discussion. One was because it'd take a lot of discussion. We were already a couple hours in. I think we were already over our allotted time in that committee meeting. It was pretty apparent that discussion was going to take a lot longer to determine if and what that multiplier should be for cropland. And I would say the sentiment I got too is I think we probably would have had a little more conversation on it, but it didn't feel like the LOA representation had a ton of interest in that too. It felt mostly that they were looking for the across the board 1.5 for everybody. So just to kind of recap, there wasn't support for a 1.5 multiplier from the committee. Some of the issues that we run into with a multiplier like that is a place like Diamond Mountain would actually get more than half of the tags if there was a 1.5 multiplier given for all the LOAs. Also, it is, I think a lot of the committee and the division would say that the public land is the multiplier. Being able to hunt not just that private land, but the whole entire public land really increases the value of those permits significantly. So that ability to do that would be the multiplier. And just as a reminder, as we go through this, these tags, I might feel like we're a little bit protective of this and we're being really careful with how many tags we give, and we are. These tags come out of the public draw, and it's something that we don't take lightly. Every one that's given to an LOA is taken away from somebody who could have potentially drawn that tag. And we feel like there is a spot to do that, obviously, because we're saying it for acreage, acre for acre. These are given every year to LOAs where a lot of the public are waiting, well, probably really safe to say over 10 years to draw that tag. So it is a significant benefit to give that public resource to the LOAs. As I've had time to think about this through the RAC or after the RAC process, I kind of just wanted to talk about the program as a whole, and I guess how I see this program. I see this program as being the second most beneficial program for landowners that we have in the state. So I think CWMU program is probably the most beneficial, but there's not another program in the state where we give buck and bull vouchers that are transferable and sellable to landowners. It's a huge benefit. I think I've stated this before that, if you're on a general season unit, you don't even have a chance to be part of an LOA and don't have a chance to participate in that. One other thing is we have based a majority of the tags that have been allocated to LOAs have been off of an acreage percentage. That's been the division's recommendation for a vast majority of the tags year in, year out. So staying with an acre to acre basis is, for a majority, isn't changing. That's what the division was recommending anyway. There are some that were getting over that acreage allocation, I guess. And I guess you can look at it two ways. You can look at it that potentially they're getting a cut, or you can look at it that they were over allocated throughout the past. So one thing that I really stepped back and I thought, are we on the right path? Are we doing the right thing? Is this the right plan? One thing that I thought of that I think put it in perspective for me was I stepped back and said, okay, if there was not any LOA, if there wasn't a LOA program and we were starting from scratch and we came and presented this plan that was passed back in June and to the landowners and told the landowners this is a program that we have, I think that there would be a lot of excitement from landowners and from everybody involved about more specifically the landowners. I think that they would be very excited that they'd have this program that they could be able to access. And for me, that just reaffirms that I think that this is a really good rule that we've come up with. With that being said, I do feel, well, I guess I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you. One thing that I want to add before I open it up from questions is that as Wildlife Board Chair, I do recognize that that we put the division in a difficult spot on this issue. In my time, I served on the RAC for 11 years and I've served on the board for 5 now. I've never seen where a board made a motion to send an item back to the RACs. And in doing so, with the way our motion was, it made it difficult for the division to navigate. And I feel like you guys have done a good job in doing that. We recognize that we put you in that spot. But I also want to bring up that this last year, the Wildlife Board has tackled some really big issues with baiting, with trail cameras, but none bigger than the LOA rule. We wanted to make sure we got this right. And so we took some time. I don't recommend the Wildlife Board that have more time than I do, that you do this again, that you send it back to the RACs. Probably better to vote on it right away. But I would say that it was done with a purpose because we wanted to make sure we got it right, get some time for the LOA group to be able to have communications amongst themselves and to be able to go to the RACs. And so I think we've got there. We recognize it wasn't without some difficulty, but we appreciate all sides that worked through that to help us get to where we are today. So thank you. With that, I'll open it up to the board for questions. Man, you did a good job, Chad. Any questions from RAC chairs?
If I could just, it's not a question, but being on the committee at the end of that long meeting, the last one, There wasn't necessarily a total opposition to multipliers. It's just that without the impact and knowing the acreages and knowing what the impact would be, we did not support multipliers at that time. We also said that would be if the advisory committee is created, they would have time to analyze what the impacts would be of various multipliers, and that would be a good task for them. Is that accurate, Chad?
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up, Brett. I think I probably missed that in what I was saying is that there is a willingness from the division to look at multipliers going forward. There was a willingness at the end of that meeting that saying potentially there could be a place, I think more in mind to thinking of cropland or option B of a multiplier being put in place. And we're for sure willing to look at that going forward. I think just the amount of data that we need and the carefulness that we need to take of what that multiplier is to get it right, it was going to take longer than what we had that night. Yeah, because it's one of those things. I kind of feel like one of the reasons that we were asked to do the LOA rule in general was that we felt that like there were some things that were off, and I feel like if you get a multiplier number that's not right over a few years, one side or the other is probably going to complain about that multiplier, and we're going to go through that process anyway. So I think it would be better to do that process before we set that number.
Chad, may I? What if the multiplier or the compensation, if you will, for I'm thinking of a green alfalfa hayfield inside this LOA. What if that was done internally through is this working? Through the LOA itself without you all and us all being involved? Is that possible?
Yeah, that's 100%. And some of them do that, to be honest. Like they'll value different lands differently. So that's an ability that we like to give to the LOAs. They know their lands better than what we do. They know what the usage is. They have the ability in their bylaws to write what that is. I think Poncegon's been on record in one of the racks saying that they do that cropland is valued and gets a bigger piece of the pie than what the rangeland does. And there's others that do that too.
Thank you. Any other questions from rack chairs? All right, with that, we'll have the director summarize the electronic comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On agenda item number 7, LOA rule amendments, there were no public comments submitted.
All right, with that, we'll go to comments from the public. We'll start with Dale Christiansen, followed by Bob Ott.
Taking the time to hear us today and the time that we've spent speaking before the meeting and the opportunity to go back to the committee and the RAC process. And again, I think we made great progress. We may disagree that if we made enough progress, but we certainly appreciate the things, and we do support the 4 items that are being offered to be passed, but we also believe that there's more to be done. And one of the things I do want to say is that we've tried to really organize the LOAs and come as an objective, combined voice, to address these issues. And we do support and endorse the LOA program. And we believe it is the only program for the majority of us landowners, that the LOA program is the public-private program for non-contiguous land. And so we do support that and want to see it succeed. I did want to kind of just review a couple of things with you guys of, there are 21 LOAs in the state, and that encompasses 17 different operators. That covers over 650,000 acres of land in the state, private land. Those LOAs range in size from 2,000 acres up to 87,000 acres. So there's a wide range in size. And it also encompasses 740 plus landowners. So it's a wide, diverse group. We do believe, and again, if you look, we've tried to look at the rule and apply objective measures, because again, we agree with the state on doing a one rule of how to calculate. It's just how you calculate that, and that objective. One thing I want to point out is the LOAs, we receive 75% less tags per enrolled acre than the CWMU program. Now, the state will argue, though, CWMUs are better. Give us an objective measure of that. And again, we believe that we need to be treated fairly on that basis. I guess we would ask that you guys support us in passing a multiplier to that acreage, because part of this is convincing the 750 landowners to continue to be part of the program and incentivize us to, work with wildlife. And again, I appreciate your time and look forward to working with you.
Thanks, Dale. Bob, followed by Troy Justison.
Thank you for the opportunity to be with you today and discuss this important issue for you and for us and for the public, and most of all for the wildlife in the state. We believe that when the Western U.S. was settled, the best lands with water, geography, and habitat were settled first, and these lands are currently privately held. An allocation formula that equates 1 acre of public land to 1 acre of private land for permit allocation is not an equitable method. We've had qualified game biologists that have noted that there is higher use by big game animals on private lands, and receiving landowner approval of the permit program is essential to meeting the purpose of the program and in maintaining healthy, quality, big game populations in the state. The purpose of the Utah Landowner Permits Program as defined is to provide incentive for private landowners to manage their lands as quality habitat for public wildlife, assist and support the division in managing big game populations, increase private landowner tolerance of big game on their private lands, and to increase big game hunting opportunities. To increase and secure public hunting access on participating landowner private lands, reduce the division's obligations in responding to and compensating for depredation occurring on participating private lands, and to use objective criteria to determine how hunting opportunities are allocated under the programs, and to allocate hunting opportunities in a manner that fluctuates in proportion to variations in public permit draw numbers. Under the depredation statutes, cultivated crops means annual or perennial crops harvested or from cleared and planted land. Crop residues that have forage value for livestock and pastures. If we have depredation on private land, big game animals, damage to those things, we're to notify the division. They're to take action and within 72 hours, and we're supposed to work out a variety of ways to get rid of the depredation problems. This is what we're about today, is to take care of that in advance. This is a map of the locations of irrigated alfalfa cropland on PLWA lands in the Paunsaugunt. I've highlighted those by pins. That does not include other croplands such as planted perennial grasses where land has been cleared, et cetera. But you can see it's pretty well distributed around the periphery and in some of the internal portions of that unit. Currently, we in the Paunsaugunt consider 20 acres of harvested alfalfa to equal 640 acres of rangeland. We just want to show you that, yeah, we have some wildlife on our ranches, on our fields, and we ask you to consider our request for having some additional multiplier for the habitat value that our lands provide. Thank you.
Thank you. Troy, followed by Wade Garrett.
Troy Justinson, Sports Fish and Wildlife. Ask a couple of questions first, just to clarify a few things. Chad, this advisory committee that's going to be formed, who sits on that and what is their purpose?
So it's much like the CWMU Advisory Committee. So there's going to be LOA representation on that, sportsman's representation. I don't know if I can say that everybody off the top of my head, but it's going to be formed similar to what the CWMU is. And part of what they would do is they'd hear any complaints that come against the public hunters have complaints on LOA grounds. They'd hear those complaints. They can also help us with the metrics that we would use to say whether the program's a success. Yeah, so there's a variety of methods that we'd.
Will they have the ability to talk about some of these issues and some of the different things that have come up that maybe haven't been addressed and come back to the division and say, we need to rethink this or reevaluate this?
Yeah, I think that could be a role of that committee, or we could have another committee like we formed to redo this rule, either one.
Okay, all right. Like I said, Troy Justin, Sports Fish and Wildlife. I think me and Troy need to go into tag team wrestling. You know, you pointed out the size. I appreciate that, someone. Not. This is a tough issue. Wade and I were just talking over there. We started this 20 some odd years ago. The system was broke. We're the first two that really initially pushed to get changes. In all honesty, I'm just going to be flat out honest. I wish both he and I would have been on this committee to be able to convey some of the things we've seen through the years and some of the ideas that we had. I'm okay with where we're at, but it's just a beginning. It's not a finished product. There's still things that need to be modified, tweaked, and changed. I think you've heard me say it a million times before, private lands are crucial to our wildlife. And I have no problem whatsoever those guys receiving monetary value for it. But I'm also strictly against a welfare program that passes out money just because you own lands. The permits that you issued, this wildlife board issued to the the landowner associations last year, has a street value of almost $4 million. I can guarantee you that those permits that were sold this year generated almost over $3 million. It's a substantial amount of money. It's no different than these conservation permits. So there is a benefit to these landowners. They are receiving some valuable compensation for it. Is it sustainable? I don't know. Me and Wade have been talking for years. We watched the Ponscon tags start out at 8, 9, 10,000. Now they're over 40,000. No way this is sustainable. They got to come down and they keep going up. Who knows? But it is a value. It provides an income for these individuals. They are being compensated. Is this plan, perfect? No, it's not. But I believe it is a start. But I think the key thing is, just like you point out, Carl, it's a start. We have a plan. This advisory committee needs to get there and look at some of the things that maybe we missed, and we tweak it and we get it right. So it becomes, for lack of a better word, like our CWMUs, it becomes a real asset to both the landowners and the public itself. Thank you.
Thanks, Troy. Wade?
Wade Garrett, Utah Farm Bureau. I still don't have his sign made up, so sorry. I was trying to get a picture of it before so I could share, but I'll live by that rule. I did sit on this committee for the last 18 months, so it wasn't 2.5 like the elk, but we spend a lot of time. I was one of 2 members that did vote for some kind of a multiplier. I think that's worth exploring, but that is as far as it went. Of the 12 members that were there, there was 2 that voted. So for a multiplier, we did vote for 1.5. I can see this committee may be the place to start looking and tweaking. So I think I can support the plan. I think we worked really hard and support it as it come to you with the understanding we tweak. And another thing I would like to add from agriculture is LOA's program's great. We have a lot of producers that are tolerating wildlife that have no program for them. I'd like the board to possibly consider that for my ag folks, because we do have a really good program, and then we got people tolerating that can buy a tag over the counter. That's their gift, and that's an inequity. So maybe that's something also that the board could look at and address as we're going forward and keep working. And as folks are willing, as Troy puts, tolerate wildlife or even improve for the wildlife, there's a reward for them, because I think that's important. And so thank you, and I appreciate your time and consideration, and don't put me on the next committee, put Troy on it.
Thanks, Wade.
He asked, I didn't.
Chad, any clarification on any of the comments?
I don't think so.
Okay. With that, I'm going to ask the RAC chairs. Let's start with Southern Region, go through your each of your RACs.
So the Southern Region made a motion to increase to approve the recommendation as proposed, but include a multiplier of 1.5. There was some healthy discussion about what we thought of the value of the private landowner, and they should be compensated, and then we also discussed some of the impacts of, the drain on division resources if they pulled out of the program and depredation requirements. And we just thought that the private landowners should be compensated for that with a multiplier. The Public Land Agency representatives abstained from voting, and we had one person who didn't like the pay to slay mentality, as he likes to say. Thanks.
Kent?
In the Southeast region, there was a motion made and unanimous to accept as presented after some discussion. And like Troy pointed out, the discussion in the Southeast region went to where, something needed to be done. And this is probably just a good starting point and by no means a finished product.
Brett?
It probably will not come as a surprise to the Wildlife Board. This is a popular topic in the Northeast region meetings, and we're having a lot of trouble getting it going forward. As you know, we didn't make a recommendation initially, and this time it was difficult also. And there was a lot of desire to go back and revisit the access part of the rule, and I tried to keep the motions with sideboards of what the recommendation of the Wildlife Board was and what we were supposed to be working on. So one thing to just note that the BLM representative on the Northeast region also abstained from voting due to the perceived implications of working with their permittees in conjunction, primarily on Diamond Mountain. So that we had two motions. The first motion was made to support the 4 items and add a 1.5 multiplier on all acres. And that motion passed 3-5, failed 3-5. And then that was followed by another motion. And Stacy, I haven't had time to amend the minutes in our meeting, but I need to make a clarification on the Northeast minutes. The motion was to support the 4 items as proposed by the DWR and add a 1.5 multiplier for irrigated croplands only as defined on the rule by the DWR. So we need to insert, and I did clarify that in the meeting, the motion was just for irrigated croplands. And ultimately that motion passed 5-4. Thank you.
Thank you. Jason?
The Central Region RAC had quite a few questions for Chad and a pretty good discussion. surrounding the LOA rule amendments, and ultimately there was a motion to accept the LOA rule amendments as presented, and that passed unanimously.
Thank you. Kevin?
The northern region, we had quite an active discussion as well, and a lot of it related to where we were really at in trying to deal with what the board had sent back for us to do. But ultimately, a recommendation was made or motion was made to accept the rule as presented. That passed. We had one against, and it wasn't that he wanted the plan changed. He just said he doesn't like the plan at all. He's not an LOA fan, and there's not enough accountability. And then Paul Chase from the Forest Service abstained for the same reasons that were given in the other region. So that motion did pass to accept it.
Thank you.
Oh, one other comment. We were adamantly against any multiplier.
Thanks. All right. With that, appreciate you giving those updates. With that, I'll open it up to the Wildlife Board for discussion.
Mr. Chair, I've heard quite a bit about comparing them between CWMUs and LOAs and stuff, and they're not the same thing. I mean, I know Chad referred to, well, we'll look at a multiplier if you want to go with option B, which would make them more similar to a CWMU, and they had to stay on the land that they owned to hunt, and animals had to be harvested there. I think it's a pretty significant give them to let them hunt the entire unit, even though they own only a small portion inside of it, and sell those tags that way. I think that makes them substantially more valuable. I think that's a pretty good perk. I don't know, I know we do have lands that are used quite a bit more heavily than others. You can see them in there at night, and then they're gone in the day, and I realize that's a problem. And so there may be a little wiggle room to look at heavily used lands and increase it a little bit more, but I think it's already a pretty good deal that you can hunt the entire unit and they can sell those tags rather than just being stuck with the properties that are being affected or the ones right around them. So that's how I think.
After hearing the motion made at the Northeast region of irrigated cropland, it made me go back to the rule because I wanted to see what the definition of cropland was. And it says that cropland means agricultural private property that is cultivated and mechanically harvested, and upon which the division has determined the migratory deer rely to meet herd and management objectives. And that's for both limited entry landowner permit program and the general season landowner permit program. So that's kind of what it's a little bit different than our depredation rule and other ones are is what's in this particular rule. I too am concerned about having a multiplier across the board. I know we have, I think there's a total of 4 LOAs out of the 21 that had justified using the, in the old rule, there was 2 ways to get tags. One is percent of acreage within the unit boundaries, and the second one was percent of usage within the unit boundaries. And the percent of usage is where they were able to justify additional tags. And I'm sure that was well-deserved and well-warranted. And so I've been an advocate of trying to get some form of percent of usage in this program. So I know that we've got some of our croplands that are heavily used by our animals. And so I would like to see something for them, but I am opposed to any qualifier or multiplier going across the board. I don't believe that's necessary, but I would like to see down the road cropland looked at and possibly something added for for those that can, that have justified in the past or could justify it now due to some changes.
Mr. Chairman, could I jump in on this? I'll try to keep my comments somewhat focused a little bit. I've clearly got some concerns on this. I've been fairly vocal on this over the last several years. As Troy's mentioned, this has been an item that I have felt pretty passionately about, not because it benefited me. I know there's a sentiment out there that I have a conflict of interest, and the reality is I don't. I delineated that in June. My passion for this is simply fairness. I could not care less about the financial gain of one side or the other. Troy threw out some great numbers. The 750 landowners out there, these permits are generating $3 million. They're each, and this isn't equitable, this isn't across the board, but that averages out to about $4,000 a piece, which is significant, but no one's getting rich off this. What this program does is increases the tolerance for wildlife for landowners. And I agree with the chair. I think this is the single biggest issue this board and past boards have faced. Yes, we've had a few contentious items over the last few years. Nothing has the potential ramifications that this change and this program has. The division is popular and fond of the saying, we won't raise wildlife herds on the back of private landowners. And I appreciate that, but we can't have, in most parts of the state, we can't have healthy herds without having cooperation and participation with private lands. That's the bottom line. That's the way this works. And I agree that there needs to be some revision on this rule. There was some inequity. There were some arbitrary factors that went into this, and there needs to be some things done on it. But I've heard comments, this is going to make me sound old. I never thought we would actually get back to here. 30 years ago as a teenager, I remember hearing some of these same comments. And I remember the angst and the relationships between the state and the landowners. And it wasn't a great place to be. The Henry Mountains have shown us a wonderful example of how we can get to a good place. And this proposal is backtracking us 20 years. I truly believe that this could have more of a detrimental impact on our wildlife than anything else that we've done. And that's my concern. That's my passion for this. And so I think we've got to be careful, guys. I know we're going to get bogged down in multipliers and a lot of these other things, but the bottom line is wildlife will be the one that suffer if we don't get this right. There's been a lot of discussion about, oh, this is hard and this is going to take too much time. Well, that's all we do every day up here is hard. Look at our proclamation. We've done hard for 20 years. We've done complicated for 20 years. We've got to get this right, guys. And I hope that we're willing to spend the time, and whether it's today, tomorrow, or moving this back into another area where we can continue to work on it, we can't afford to get this one wrong. And I appreciate Carl and his motion he made in June that we do need more work on this. And I'm sorry, but here's my concern. I have a different intent from Carl's motion in June. My thought was that we give the landowners a chance to go back and get unified and come back with a proposal and the board would hear it. Obviously, that needed to go through the RAC process. I never heard anywhere where it said, go back to the committee, and whatever the committee can agree on, then that needs to come back to the RAC and the board. I don't know if that was made up. I want to believe that wasn't for nefarious reasons, but the bottom line is we asked the landowners to do something and they did it. And the fact that we're asked to not consider it as they bring it back through Carl's motion, I really struggle with that. No kidding. The committee already worked on this issue and they came back with a recommendation. We go back and say, hey, why don't you think about it again? Is there going to be a surprise if the committee comes back with the same recommendation? Certainly there's not. And so I think, to me, the board doesn't need nor is our responsibility to delegate our authority to a committee to make this decision. If we go with the committee's recommendation, we basically have authorized them and delegated our responsibility to them. I think this one's on us. I think we're the ones that need to consider this. Sorry.
Kevin. So to disagree with Wade a little bit, I thought that that's what that Carl did say is you go back, meet with the division, meet with the committee, and if you guys all agree on something, then come back. That's what I thought that was my understanding. So I think that we are at a good starting point. I like the fact that they're going to have an advisory committee, whether that advisory committee looks at this multiplier on irrigated, crop lands, or if they have another committee meeting and then they come back and recommend that, it goes through the racks back to the board. But, I think it's got a good starting point. I do realize how important it is, especially down south when you drive by, any 50, 100 acre hayfield and all the amount of deer that are out in it, that, yeah, it probably isn't quite, 100% fair across the board. But I think that's something that they can look at and bring back to us. Last year, I think in our last wildlife board meeting, they brought to the table that there was like $560,000 statewide paid in damages. Was that a ballpark number that I'm?
Yeah, my budget with fencing and everything, 700,000 statewide.
Yeah. And they generated over $3 million off of these LOA tags. So, I think that, hopefully it's the pendulum's a little swung in their favor, with the amount of money we're generating. Is it enough? I don't know. But, we can look at that in the future. I think it's a good starting point. It's a good plan, and we can move forward and look at that, and like I said, I don't want, the landowners feel like they're carrying all the burden of, of supporting our wildlife. I do think it's got to be a partnership, just like it was on the bison committee. They've came to a good, compromise, and hopefully, we can get to that point too. So,
Mr. Chair, Chad, can I ask you a question? So on the LOAs, do the landowners that really get hit hard, their alfalfa fields and stuff, do they get depredation compensation as well? Or is being the LOA thing it for them?
With the new rule, they will not. There had been times in the past where some of them had got stuff out of the depredation and from the LOA, but the new rule clarifies that they can't. They got to choose a program, either the LOA or depredation.
Okay, thank you.
One question I have, the number one question that I fielded on this issue, being board chair, is how are these LOAs, how are the committees set up? Is there a guiding document that guides the wildlife board, that guides the division on when they set these committees up? And is there a document that the public can see, that know that these committees are going to be coming out, and how do they follow that? And I didn't have all those answers, so I would pose that question to who may be qualified to answer that.
Yeah, and I might need a little help on this, because I don't know if there's specific representation that's, our committees can be so different. I don't know that there's specific people that we're assigned to get, but we did try to get representation from various places. And we always, whenever we put a committee together, we try to make it a balanced committee. We try to get, so in this instance, we try to get sportsman's representation. We try to get landowner representation. And we try to make that so there's a balance there. So both landowner perspective and sportsman / public perspective is heard.
So a question that I often got, I didn't know the answer. So when you say we, is the RAC part of that? Is the board part of that, or division? Who is we that sets those committees up?
Let me make sure that we're talking about the same committee. Are we talking about the new LOA advisory committee? Or are we talking about the committee that helped create this rule?
The committees that we put together to help with decisions when we come out with a new rule.
Yeah, I think that's the division comes up with that committee.
Okay.
Looks like Justin might help clarify.
Okay.
I'm Justin Shannon with the Division of Wildlife. It's a really good question. There's a section of state code that talks about management plans. And when we put those together, it talks about the interested parties that need to be included. It's typically landowners, sportsmen, federal agencies, those types of things. And then we often have committees that aren't related to a specific management plan. And in spirit and principle, we try to follow those same guidelines. One thing we've tried to do, at least since I've been involved with the big game program 10 years ago, is include RAC members, get board participation, some of those things. And really we look at it through the lens of who is going to be impacted and who would be a stakeholder or a potentially affected party. And we try to make sure that their voice is heard throughout it. So we're not always, every committee is going to have a little bit of a different makeup unless it's part of that management plan that's dictated in code. But we really try to look at who might be impacted and affected and make sure that they get a chance to weigh in before the RAC and board process. So I hope that helps. So.
Thanks, Justin. I think something that would be super helpful for the next board chairman, but for the board, is to have a guiding document that talks about those committees, their purpose, and how they're put together. That there are RAC representatives, that there's usually a wildlife board member, but a guiding document that we can share with the public of how we put that together, bring that back for the wildlife board, and let's get that approved and put on, I think would be super helpful.
Mr. Chair, I wanted to talk about this as well, and I don't know whether you'd prefer to do it in other business or now, or I don't want to bog down our landowner discussion. The same discussion, kind of this committee formation concept. But I would actually maybe even like to formalize something, but do you want to wait until other business to?
If you're let's put it in other business, but if it's a specific comment for the committee that pertains to LOA, then bring it up now.
Yeah, no, this to me, my comments were kind of general in nature on the committee, and I know I just, kind of fired across on the committee, and I don't mean to, because these guys spend a lot of time. There are a lot of very capable individuals who are on this landowner committee, and they put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into this. And so I don't want to minimize what they've done. But I also think we as a board need to keep our eye on the ball. The governor appointed us to make these decisions, and we get recommendations from a lot of recommending bodies, committees, the public, from surveys, from RACs. But I don't think it's appropriate for us to delegate our decision-making to a committee. And when we let our committees basically make the decision for us, if that's what we do in this case, I feel like that's a little bit what we're doing. The fact that the committee didn't bite on the suggestion that Carl had, to me, does not disallow us from weighing in on this issue if we feel strong enough about it. And I know this is secondary to the landowner deal itself, but I think it is very important to our action today. But I do want to dive into a couple of these other things. And guys, I hope I'm not being over dramatic and trying to overstate this, but this is very important. The state legislature's watching us. They want us to get this right. And if we don't, like they have in a few other instances, they're going to scoop this one up and then we're going to get zero say in it. And so I want us to make sure that we're weighing the balance here of making sure that we're protecting public resource in the wildlife but that we're also considering the impacts they have on private lands. Chad made a comment, and Chad's a very good friend of mine. I love him dearly. He's a good human. But he made a comment that concerned me a little bit a minute ago, and I've heard it before, not from him, but the comment that he made was, it is significant that we give away these public resources. And what he was referring to was, these are public wildlife, they're owned by the public, and so all permits that are given to hunt that public resource are the public's. And so that's what he's referring to, are public tags. We're giving away public tags to these private landowners. Well, clearly, when we frame it up that way, that causes all of us a little bit of angst. And that the comment was, it's significant that we're giving those. I have a little different flavor, but if that is the case, then it's also significant all the resource, the private resource that is generated, built by blood, sweat, and tears and money from the private, that this public resource is eating off of their property. And I'm not talking about hayfields. I want to delineate something here. There is a lot that goes into raising a deer or an elk or a moose. And it's not just a cropland. It's not just what they're eating. It's where they're drinking. It's having cover, security, a place to bed. It's having all these things. And if any portion of that is provided by private lands, they need to be compensated for it. This isn't just how many blades of grass did they eat out of that alfalfa field. That's not, to me, what goes into raising wildlife. So I think we've got to be careful of saying, oh, I only want to do a multiplier on croplands, or all I care about is reimbursing them for damages on croplands. What we need to be doing is considering, what benefit is that land providing to that herd? To me, that's the question we need to be asking ourselves. It's a larger issue. It's a larger view. But I guess my point is, whatever portion of the benefit to that herd is supplied by private lands, that is the portion that they need to be restored to them or given to them. The concept that these are private tags, I don't truly believe that. If 30% of all the benefit and resource that goes into growing that herd is provided by private lands, to me, 30% of these permits are private permits and should be given to them. And so the fact that these are all private tags and we're generous enough to hand one to a landowner, to me, is fundamentally flawed. I think we need to consider what is going into raising that herd and making that herd healthy.
Can I make a comment? So along with that line of thinking, there's a magical number for each landowner association out there. Why can't the landowner association, they've got, say, 100 tags, why can't they divvy them out between the landowners and decide where that most valuable resource is internally? Why do we have to decide? I've never set foot on a landowner association. When Wade brought that up, that we needed to fix that a couple of years ago, what's that? I don't even know what that is. That's not in my world. But I appreciate landowners. I am a landowner. I appreciate what goes into raising big bucks and big bulls. I understand that. That's a huge thing to do. Wade said, man, that'd be cool if we had landowner associations where we are. I'd like that. But we have CWMUs where we are, and I like that. So, I can't understand why. Yeah, there's a magical number that somebody needs to figure out of how many tags go to the LOA, but let them distribute them.
I would like to add a comment. I think on both sides, people have tried to argue that public land is more beneficial, and there's those that'll argue that the private land is more beneficial. But when the Plan B was offered, that
you hunt just a private land. There was not one landowner association that took that up, because I believe it is that they, amongst wildlife, it is both lands together that make it incredible and make it what it is. And we can't separate the two and say this is more valuable than the other, because it is together that what makes it what it is. It makes it a whole habitat. And so I think that when we discuss this, I think Brett has got a point in that one way to do this is to look at, have the landowners distribute additional monies to those most valuable lands. But I also think that to dismiss that there aren't lands within this LOA rule that are more valuable than others would be turning a blind eye to the situation. I think that we need to make sure we get this right. I think we need to get some science behind this, let the division work with this, and before we just do a knee-jerk reaction of 1.5 or 1.1, whatever it be, that the division have some time to work with the landowners and really figure out what that multiplier is, if it needs to be there. And so I think that if there's discussion on a multiplier, I think it needs to be done with science and some time to get there.
Could I share an idea? And I don't want to monopolize the other board members' times, but I think the reason that how we got to the multiplier, I think in the landowner committees, there was some data shared in some of those committee meetings that illustrated the increased use on private lands. And they had a variety. I think some of them it was over two times. The multiplier was 2.3, and then it was 2.1. And I think there are some data out there that we can use. I agree with the chair that the concept that this is just simply too hard to figure out, to me, I think is wrong. I think we can figure this out. We have figured out more complex problems than this. Yes, this is going to be an issue, but I think how we got to 1.5 was it seemed like a compromise. I think their aggregate landed on 1.9, but they felt like that was a significant ask, and so they kind of compromised their way down to 1.5. But yes, that number isn't science-based, it was compromise-based. And so I think that's how we got to 1.5. But I think as my reasoning from the beginning with this was, let's stop compensating landowners that don't provide any benefit to wildlife. There are landowners right now being compensated that don't benefit wildlife. Why are we doing that? And there are probably landowners out there that aren't getting compensated and incentivized enough. So why don't we address that? I recognize that it puts in an inherent complexity to this problem, but I'm with the chair. A simple blanket 1.5 because it's a nice simple compromise is fundamentally flawed. We will still be compensating and incentivizing landowners who do not benefit wildlife. And so I'm with the chair. I struggle pulling the trigger on this today, either at no multiplier or at the 1.5, simply because I think we can do better. I think there's more work to be done on this. I agree with Bryce. Yes, this is a great starting point, and I'm glad we've gone through this exercise. But my biggest fear is we pull the plug on this today or pull the trigger on this today, we don't come back. I mean, literally, in the 30 years I've been involved in this is the first time it's really been tackled because it's hard. And the hard part isn't going away. If we don't get it right now, and if we do just enough to appease everyone, we don't come back. This is the beginning and the end, not just the beginning. That's my concern with doing something today. I feel like we've got more work to do. I feel like there's something we can do out there sitting back down at the table. We've got time. I think we can sit back down at the table and get this closer to where it ought to be. And to me, it's got to be varied.
I agree there's more work to be done on it, Wade. I 100% agree. And I think that we can have a starting point and we can direct this. I mean, we can make a recommendation that either the advisory committee, look into this a little bit more, or the LOA, bring another recommendation back, but they can spend more time and look at the multiplier. But like to Brett's point, I mean, and to Wade's point too, to hand them out across the table. I mean, I don't think that's our responsibility. I mean, we give the tags to the landowner association, correct? And they do with them as they see fit. I mean, that's their job to police who gets what, I think. I mean, they have an association. They form an association. I mean, I think that they need to set up the rules and they need to police themselves on who gets what. If somebody's got 5 acres on top of the mountain, you know, or on the mountain out in the desert that looks like moonscape, and if he's getting the same amount as the guy that has 5 acres of hayfield, that's on them. That's not on us. So I think they can figure that out. You know, as an association, they come, we give them X amount of tags and they can, you know, divvy that out as they see fit. But I think we have a good starting point. I think this program can be tweaked in the future. I don't think we've ever, you know, started a program and it's like, no, we got it right. Let's never touch it or look at it again. I think that there's room to look at this and come up with a, you know, maybe it is a multiplier that works on irrigated ground, but spend the time and look at it in the future. So, but I think we need to vote on it today.
Chairman, there's been a lot of talk on the intent of the motion and or the motion that I made. And the intent was, I want this to be a math equation, and I believe that led itself into multipliers. I want the political part out of it. The other legal wording of what we can and what we can't do, I guess I'm less worried about that. When have we ever done that? I mean, that's just not the way we've conducted business on it. And so having made that motion, I'm happy with that. What happened prior to this meeting, I'm happy with the discussions of with the landowner committee. I'm happy with the landowners talking. I know I put the division in a tough situation because they had to put an action item forward that they didn't support. But I recognize that, but in the scheme of things and where we go today, we can get there. But in the logistics of where it's at, I'm happy with the way that it went. I know it caused problems, and I'm happy that we're having this discussion today.
Thanks, Carl. I've got a question for you, Chad. When we put together a new rule, it always has a time period and when it'll come back. The elk plan, the mule deer plan, the bison plan. Question on the CWMU rule and the LOA rule. Do they ever have a time frame of when they will be reevaluated?
I'm going to look at, sorry, I'm going to look at Stacy when I say this, but everyone's in 5 years, right? So every plan comes back every 5 years.
Okay. But with that being said, it's been much longer than that with both the CWMU and the LOA.
We've made changes to the CWMU program. We haven't done a committee. We don't have to do a committee on every rule change. Yeah. So we have made changes. Matter of fact, my first year as a coordinator, we made a few changes to CWMU. Okay. But the LOA, I believe, has been quite some time.
So in 5 years, there would be an opportunity, even if there was no motion made today to continue looking at a multiplier. In 5 years, this rule would be open to make adjustments.
Yes.
Chairman, I just want to point out that I was the board member that was on the LOA committee. And I'm kind of glad about a couple things. The first draft of the committee actually had a LOA advisory committee in it, and then after further discussions, that part of the portion in the presentation got taken out, and so in the final draft it wasn't in there, and through this process, the public and the LOAs wanted it in there, and there's probably out of those 4 things we'd hit on those things, and it kind of left them out, but they're brought back in there through this process. So I just wanted to point out that this process works. Out of the motion that Carl made, there was actually one item that I was excited to support his motion because I was hoping it would come back in there. We had one LOA that come to the division with an idea of public tag distribution. And because that is and I understand that's a concern, having public hunters that you don't know who they are or where they're from, get a tag and get a hunt on your property. And this particular group had an idea of how to distribute those and let the LOA distribute those throughout their property and choose which properties they went on. And when the dust settled there, the LOA decided not to push that anymore, and because the division supported it, they supported it going to the committee to let the committee review it. And I was hoping they would, but the LOA chose to back away from that and not go that direction. So I was hoping it would come back through when they had a chance to come back with some further ideas to actually bring that one back, because I think that was one that could benefit most, if not all, the LOAs themselves. But so I support this process. I think they've done really well. I can tell you one of the reasons I don't support the 1.5 multiplier across the board is if we did that, that would take 94 tags out of the public draw process, and that's to me, that is substantial, and I would hate to see that. But I do think down the road we ought to look at land, just how Wade has said, ones that's being used more beneficially than others ought to get compensated that way. So I think we still have some more work to do on this, but I support what the division has proposed today, and with the idea that we probably have a little bit more work to do down the road.
One thing, I mean, regardless how the vote goes today and how the plan goes, but one thing, I don't think we need to wait 5 years to look at a multiplier. I mean, we could, at the end, make a action log item that the division looks at this, looks at specifically just the multiplier on, all ground or just irrigated ground, and then let it come back to us, in a sooner amount of time. But at least we'll have a starting point. We can tweak it if we need to, and then go forward with it.
Mr. Chair, could I just make one suggestion to Bryce's point? I agree with him. Whatever happens today, my ultimate goal is simply fairness. And fairness is that those landowners that aren't benefiting wildlife don't get compensated. And so to that end, whatever we do today, if we could mandate that we work in that direction with a fairly short timeline. I'm not talking 5 years. I'm talking, okay, whatever happens today, let's walk out of here with some marching orders that, okay, we've got to figure out a way to accomplish this equity, this fairness somehow. If we could consider that, again, whatever happens today. But I wanted to speak to Randy's point as well, because I think for a lot of LOAs, this public access component was significant to them. And so I think that's a big piece that we need to talk about. The LOAs that I've spoken with are suggesting that we put together a one-to-one public access part of this. And let me illustrate, and I hate to use extreme examples because they don't apply very often, but just to illustrate this point. One property that I'm familiar with is enrolled in the LOA. It's about 800 acres of arguably the best mule deer habitat on the planet. This 800 acres has literally hundreds of deer on it, dozens of bucks, 20, 30, 40 bucks. And it's in a limited entry unit in Utah. There are about 30 archery tags and about 30 muzzleloader tags, being 60 total public tags. Under the current form of the rule that we passed in June, all 60 of those people could potentially go on that 800 acres and could potentially kill every branch antler deer on that place. And that's not fair to that landowner. there has got to be some equity in how we distribute these public hunters. And what we've done in the past certainly has not been right. That's been one of the big angst of the beginning and one of the motivators to rewrite this rule. But we've got to have something that makes a little bit of sense. It can't be you sign your name on that dotted line enrolling yourself in this LOA, and it's just a free-for-all. 60 people can come in and shoot 40 deer on your property. That doesn't make a lot of sense, and obviously that would never happen. But I think there's got to be something we can put in place to alleviate some of the fears that these landowners have. They want to enroll in this program, but they don't want to give away everything with it. And so if we could implement something like this one-to-one public access thing, to me, that makes sense.
And I guess what I'm hearing is I mean, and that's a good example, but what I'm hearing is exactly the opposite, is that with not a single landowner wanting this option B, that's telling me they're hunting the public ground, that it's not 60 guys coming onto their ground. It's 60 tags that could have been drawn hunting the public ground, not their ground. Because I mean, in this process, I kind of expected some landowners to say, hey, look, this option B works for me. And so far, no one has said that. And so that to me says, yeah, their ground is really good, but it might not be as highly better than what the 1.5 suggests, because they're hunting other places. And
I'm going to speak a little bit to that. Last year, my dad drew a Nevada elk tag, and we hunted out by Grouse Creek, and we hunted right on the border of where some of these LOA lands were. And we hunted the public land, but had it not been for those LOA lands where these animals come and feed, and then they go bed on the public land, that public land out there is so desolate that they wouldn't have had much feed. And so together, both of those lands were absolutely integrated together. You couldn't hunt one without the other. And that's why I think it's unfair to separate the two. You have to work them together. And so I think that there's value in making sure that we keep both of those in a discussion. So.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I agree. And I think to Carl's point, we have Diamond Mountain as one extreme, and then we have some of these others, like my example, that are on the other end of the extreme, and they're probably both, they illustrate a point, but they're not good examples because they're so unique. No question about it. There's a lot of value. None of the landowners want the option B because it does take away the value. It does take away the incentive. We're incentivizing these guys by dollars. That's the bottom line. If we can come up with a better way to do it, then great. But until then, we're incentivizing them by dollars. Plan B takes away so much of that incentive, then yes, the whole idea is the deal breaker. I mean, I don't want to say it's a dumb idea, but it was dead in the water from the beginning. Because there is a lot of value in doing just what the chair has suggested, that both of them together are what are making up these herds and making this wildlife great. And they can't be split. And they do both bring a lot of value to it. And so, yeah, to me, the option B was never going to work. But I also don't think that takes away from the concept that option A literally lets all 60 people onto that piece of property, which probably, I mean, it's like, you know, option A may not work and option B was dead to begin with. There's got to be something in there that works a little better for both. I don't think we've got there yet.
Kevin, at the end of the day, I think the only thing we're, splitting hairs on is this multiplier. And I think it needs to be addressed in the future. With that being said, I don't know if somebody might freak out, but I'd like to make a motion. We accept it as presented. And then when it comes time to make an action log item, I'll be the first to jump up and say, let's look at this, with the division in a swift time frame, look at the multiplier. But as of today, let's make a motion to accept it as presented.
And I guess I'd ask the question, I think in your motion, you could actually have that as a motion as have that in the action log as well.
Bryce, could I ask a question? And I get that, yes, I agree this multiplier is kind of the issue, but I think there are 4 issues, and I would actually love to address them individually. Is your intent to kind of hit the multiplier first? And I guess what I'm asking is, would you mind removing the bulk and let's just vote on the multiplier?
Well, I don't want to even vote on the multiplier. I want that to be an issue, that the division looks at in the future. And from what I've heard today, everybody, was good with the division's recommendation. It was just the multiplier that that it sounds like you have, the heartburn. So what are the other 3 or 4 issues then? Sorry.
Yeah,
Wade.
no, and I think it's important because, if we're going to pull the trigger and vote on the entire proposal, everything's wrapped up in that. I would rather parse them out and work on each one of them piecemeal. Obviously, number 1's a multiplier. Number 2 is the public access component. Number 3 is the 50% rule. The 50% rule basically just says that each LOA within each unit has to have at least 50% of the private land available in the unit in their LOA, or they're not eligible. This is potentially disastrous, and it's in there for a good reason, but it's potentially disastrous because we've got some very large LOAs that some of the landowners are going to have some angst over this, and they're going to pull out, and it's going to drop them down. You've got 80 landowners in an LOA, 3 of them pull out, and it drops them under the 50% mark. Those 3 just made the decision for all 80, which is very unfair. I think there's got to be a way that we can address this 50% rule that covers the division's concern, because it's valid, without completely jerking the rug out from some of these LOAs. I think we would lose half of them over time due to this 150% rule if we don't address it as well. And then the 4th thing would just be the general season. I think Wade Garrett referenced that on our general season. The committee chose to leave it the same, and I feel like that's a huge mistake. That's a huge oversight. I think that was one of our greatest needs with this rule revision, is to address how do we help our general season landowners, and we didn't do anything. So to me, all 4 of those could be entertained, and I'd honestly kind of rather do them separately, but if I'm alone on that, I understand.
So I'll just speak a little to it, and Chad come up to answer questions, but I would have a little concern of addressing some of those, in that the LOA committee had a lot of discussion with that. Those came through in the original meeting, and we chose not to make those an item. And so I'd be a little bit worried to specifically hand select some of those that we already voted on some of those. But Chad, do you want to address some of that?
Yeah, I would say that those items were discussed during our committee meetings, and we landed where the rule was proposed that was passed in June. And yeah, I guess I share that same sentiment.
How about we start on 1, 4 items. Read those again. Sorry.
My computer turned off, so maybe I can.
The 4 items that you listed, the committee, the matrix, cooperation, list those 4. I think we can agree on those 4, and Wade, do you have any administrative item 5 on there that you would like to add to that list of 4? Is there one there?
Really, the only housekeeping issue to me really is that 50% rule. I'm not trying to over dramatize this one either, but this 50% rule has the potential to undermine the entire program if we don't address it. And so I get that the committee said, now we're good, but I think it was an oversight. I think the committee got it wrong. And I would love for us, as you mentioned, Carl, we've never been exactly sidebarred in on some of this stuff. If this is an issue that needs to be addressed, I would love to see us address it, especially if it has this kind of potential ramifications.
Let's keep that 50% separate. These 4 items, please read them for me, Chad.
So to create an LOA advisory committee, that individuals can be held accountable before the whole entire LOA is held accountable. Program metrics will have input from the LOA, and clarify that the LOA and DWR work cooperatively.
I'll make the motion that we approve those 4 housekeeping, I like that word, housekeeping items that was presented by the division.
I'll second that.
All right, we've got a motion on the table. Any questions from Chad on the motion? Okay. Any questions from the board? All right. And who was the second?
It was me.
Okay, seconded by Wade. I'm going to call for a vote individually. Brett?
Yes.
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 Yes. Okay, that passes unanimous.
Chairman, could I ask a question? Chad, Bryce mentioned maybe having a motion to add something to the action log to have maybe have the division look at a multiplier type thing. Is that something that could be done in a short time frame so that we could maybe have it completed by spring of 23, so that when all of our CORs come due, or most of the CORs come due in September of 23, that we could have that kind of wrapped up by then, so that the LOAs would know what it might look like? I know that's a big ask.
That's a hard question
That's a
to
big
answer
ask.
because I've been in enough committee meetings that we've talked about that it's really, really complex of coming up with what that number is. I could say we could make every attempt to have it done by then, but from what I've seen, there's a lot of complexity in how we're trying to handle that.
Typically, our action item list is just something we ask the division to look into, and they come back with something. So to me, that wouldn't involve unless to me, that wouldn't involve the committee. That would just mean division look at this and come back with a proposal.
If we're just looking at it internally, yeah, we could do that by spring.
Randy, could I throw into that as well, that I don't think we're asking for all the answers either by spring. I think maybe we'd ask for, here's the challenges, here's some potential solutions. I mean, to me, even if it was framed up by spring, I think that would be helpful for us.
Yeah, we could do that.
You were going to put a hole in the floor over there.
No, I was just walking back and forth. This is such a hard topic. We walk as an agency, we walk this line of allowing the public opportunity to a public resource and compensating landowners for their contributions. Sometimes we do a good job. Sometimes we don't do as good of a job. We try. We want to say thanks. We want landowners to know that we're appreciative for all their contributions. We do acknowledge it. But this whole thing is just so hard to navigate. And it gets even harder, frankly, when there's a lot of money involved. Not that that's what we're looking at, but it makes it even harder. The one thing that I do want to say, and Wade, this is more directed to the 50%, is that there are some reasons why that's set. I just want the board to be aware of that. And one of the reasons is that the way we evaluate this and the way that it's written is that over 50% of the land in the habitat in the unit is willing to participate. And the reason why is because there's a direct benefit when you can get over half of the land in a unit that's private to say, we want wildlife. We want wildlife. We're going to propagate wildlife. We're going to work towards having wildlife. And at that point, that's when the agency is willing to say, and okay, then let's find a benefit for you all. Let's find a way. If we can get half the habitat to say on private property to say we support this, when that number starts to diminish, the benefit starts to diminish, and there are broad scale implications for manipulating that number. That's another one that would probably be something that we would ask the board to give us some time on, because it would mean changes across the state as to how we hunt wildlife, and it would mean differential benefit depending upon the unit. And so it's just not something that today we as an agency, if you're asking, we'd be ready to say, hey, we can support some manipulation of this. But it's another one that may be something we would be asked to look into.
Mr. Chair, could I mentioned, alluded to the fact there is a good reason, and Colby just described it, and it's absolutely valid. And I get that, and I don't want to undermine the reasoning behind that. But let's look at the opposite. Those 3 landowners pull out, and 80 landowners who have been in an LOA for 25 years suddenly find themselves not in an LOA. How many of them are going to be disappointed to the point where they say, you know what, state of Utah, if that's all you care about me, well then, okay, let's do this. And then 70 of those ADs say, get your wildlife off my unit or off my property. What's that going to do to that unit? I get that Colby has a very good reason for wanting to let Colby, all of us have a very good reason for wanting to hold that 50% line. But we've also got to be careful. We've played this status quo for 30 years. And again, I was a teenager, but I remember how bad it was before LOA. It's not a place we want to go back to. And so when we play with the concept that, we don't really care if there's an LOA there or not, this 50% rule is more important than having an LOA there, to me, that's ludicrous. Because we go back to where we were in the 90s, and it's not going to benefit wildlife. I would support Colby's idea. I would support the concept of, okay, yes, let's sit down and work through this. But in the meantime, let's not cancel any LOAs that fall below 50%.
Question for Chad or Colby. As part of this action log item, could that be an item that's brought back to us of what percent of LOAs would be affected by this 50% rule? When you guys come back in 6 months, could you present that to us of what that may look like?
Yeah, I guess it'd be a little bit difficult knowing which ones would drop below 50%.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
I mean, we do have a couple that are below 50% right now, so we could bring those forward for sure.
Yeah.
Or and maybe the ones that are really close.
Yeah,
we could do that.
Thank you.
I guess I'm a little nervous about making a tremendously broad action item on this. This is a tough situation. And one of the items that I think we can vote on today is a multiplier across the board versus a more limited multiplier. I think if we put some sideboards on that, on that issue, then that will help. But I personally don't like the 1.5 across the board. Okay. There's a lot of reasons I don't like it. One, I'm not sure the 1.5 is the number that should be applied. And I think across the broad spectrum, a multiplier doesn't apply. So
I've got a question for you. So you're wanting to give the division as they go kind of some more specific to what to bring back to us. And so you're saying that it would be helpful if the board either voted, or if we show if there was an appetite at all for a 1.5% across the board. If we don't show that, then it gives the division more of where we want to go. Is that what you're trying to state?
A little bit of I agree with Wade. This is our call. This is on our shoulders, and there are a lot of these things that we should be deciding. and we should weigh in on them. I mean, I think a general should a multiplier apply every acre across all of the, that entire unit LOA. I just disagree with that. And if there was support for that, I think that's a sideboard that we could give the division to make this step easier. And then a second one would be, should it apply to wildlife utilized cropland? And if we can agree on that, then they can focus on, is it 1.1, 1.5, 2.0? And give some sideboards for them to do that. The 50% thing, I mean, the stopgap of don't eliminate them, I think is a good thing to do. But I hate to give this whole broad thing back to them. I think the division's done it. And we're just handing it back to them, and we need to provide some guidelines to this.
I understand where you want to go now. So I'd ask the question to the board. Is there appetite for a 1.5 multiplier across all lands? Does someone want to make that motion?
No.
Could I make the comment? I mean, I came out and said I'm not in favor of the 1.5 across the board. I'm in favor of a multiplier, but I'm in favor of an equitable distribution dependent upon what properties are generating benefit to wildlife. That's what I'm in support of. So is that a 1.5 across the board? No. Again, the reason why the LOAs, I think, are proposing the 1.5 across the board is just simply for simplicity. They don't agree with it either, but they don't want to walk up here with a formula so complex it blows all our hair back, those that still have hair, and we can't wrap our head around it. So I think in a way they may not be in favor of the 1.5. Carl, to your question, what if we said, what if we send this back to the division with the idea that we want a multiplier of some kind come back with recommendations, whether that's 1.3, 1.7, here's how we propose to distribute it, cropland versus rangeland. What if we said, we don't want to tell you 1.5 or 1.0, we want to tell you there needs to be a multiplier in place, and there's going to be quite a bit of minutia in coming up with that.
Does there have to be a multiplier, though? I mean, can we just have the division look at it and say, please give us your opinion on it, and then we'll decide? But I don't think we mandate that there has to be a multiplier, even though I would be in favor, like of the ag or the irrigated ground or something like that. But I just don't think we have to say it's mandatory.
Well, Bryce, could we vote on that? I mean, to me, I think that's kind of Carl's question, and maybe the chair's question is, let's give them a little more direction. If the majority of us don't agree with 1.5, but we do agree there needs to be some multiplier, that would at least help them, instead of waiting for them to come back and say, for the third time, we still don't want there to be a multiplier.
Well, and handing out that general question, I think they've told us. I think they've told us that they don't want the multiplier. And I'm pretty sure that's what the answer would be if we proceed down this without some sideboards and direct.
We've gone through the public process on the multiplier. We had 3 RACs that told us no, they don't want a multiplier. One that said they do, but it passed 3 in favor, 1 opposed, and 2 abstained, so just barely. We had another one that had one that supported a multiplier for irrigated croplands only, and it passed 5-4 by 1 vote. So I think that was pretty, to me, that's telling me our public is not totally in favor of a multiplier. So I'm going to take a run at a motion here, and you guys tell me if you agree or not. I'm going to make a motion that we direct the division to add to the action item list to review irrigated croplands within the LOA and come back with what they feel might be compensation, additional compensation if needed.
Any questions on that? Any other clarification needed by the division?
Just a couple thoughts here. The clarification of the irrigated cropland and the multiplier there. Is the board interested in a multiplier for just regular rangeland? And if that were to come in below 0 or below 1, not 0, sorry. I mean, is the board willing to look at that as well? Because I think you're saying, look at a multiplier for lands that we think are very, very important for wildlife, but don't look at a multiplier for the other lands that are in the LOA. So I would say, please consider that as this board member has spoke to the fairness to the public. If those lands that are in the LOA that are marginal habitat, those should probably be evaluated as well. And that's putting a lot of burden on the division, but I think that's where the committee has come from. I think that's where the public has come from. Right now, we seem to be separating out only the lands that we think might be most beneficial to wildlife and not taking into account a multiplier for lands that may not be. And those lands may be below 1.
That's something that eats at me too. I'm glad you brought that up because there are those cases. I mean, I'm a rancher and our permit, our public ground grazing permit starts July 1st. And last year, for an example, on June 15th, we're out of a place to be. We got 2 weeks to kill with 1,000 ewes and lambs. What do? I end up feeding hay to my sheep while I'm waiting, feeding hay in the month of June to sheep while I'm waiting to be able to go on my public permit. The public permit is fine. Now, it's not across the fence or I got to truck them there, but still, it's the same concept. Many of these places, I assume, are the same. They're waiting to go on their public permit and they're pounding their private ground. It's not a 1 anymore value to the deer. It's a 0 value to the deer. There's nothing left. I just fed 1,000 ewes and lambs hay on this piece of property. And so, yeah, if it rained, that would come back and look great. But if it didn't, it wouldn't. And so I have to go home and think about this because that's where I can relate to all of this stuff is at home. And so we start talking about a multiplier, you can times 1.5 or you can times 0.5 or you can times 0.1 or you can not even have a 1 in front of the decimal. And that's where does this wolf bites both ways maybe. I don't know. This is a tough one that's been brought out. This is the toughest thing we've faced and it still is.
Thank you. So Randy, you had a motion and we had the director speak to that. Can you speak to your motion now with the clarification from the director?
I'm so confused. I don't know whether to wind my watch or what to do. So, basically, we've got great meadows out there that we have grazers on, and we have wildlife on, and we have great hay fields. And to me, if we have, our landowners, they put a lot of time and effort into building roads and building fences and building water sources on our rangeland. The division and other state folks, they do the same thing on the rangeland. But the cultivated, harvested cropland, we have, in my opinion, we have landowners that put a little more effort into it. They build pivots, and they build well lines, and they go out and they change water, and they have tractors and threshers and balers and additional equipment in order to take care of that. To me, that maybe bumps it up a little bit higher than just the rangeland. So that's where I'm at by, I guess, my motion. I'd go stick by my motion, because maybe I just don't understand and we need to drill it to me a little bit better. But to me, that irrigated cropland, if it feeds a lot more critters, and they're not all the same. You got some that might not feed any, and you have some that might feed a ton. And so basically, I think we need to put some science behind this thing. And so my motion is asking the division to put science behind this and come back and say, yeah, this one probably has a little bit more. This one, maybe not so much, and maybe goes more towards Wade's idea of fairness, but come back with some kind of some science behind if we have to have any additional besides just the one-to-one that we have right now in the existing rule.
Randy, so I can support your motion. I can second your motion as long as we don't turn our back on the rangeland. To the director's point, I think it's a separate issue. I agree with what you're saying, but I don't think that means, all right, all we should address then is cropland, because that's a tiny little part of what we're talking about. You look at the acres in crop in these LOAs of the 650,000, it's a small portion. There's a lot of rangeland that we can't turn our back on, for the reason the director mentioned, that some of it is useless, and for the reason that some of these landowners actually have spent an enormous amount of time on. They've gone in and actually manipulated so that more brush, more bitter brush, more good things for the wildlife can grow. They've put in water lines just for the wildlife. Thanks to our reactive and super effective federal government, they're a little slower to move on some of our public lands. And we've been able to do some great things, but I still don't think you can compare the amount of improvements on private rangeland to the improvements on public rangeland. And so I just don't want us to turn our back on the rangeland folks either, because I think that probably, in my mind, that's more valuable, these herds, than the croplands. I really do.
So I've got a question for Chad. As an action log, when you guys come back, can you, I know that from the time we voted to now that many of your biologists have been looking at this and kind of doing some GIS exercises as to that 50% rule, what's good land, what's not. Do you think in 6 months, not that you'll have it for everything, but can you kind of bring an idea back of, like the director said, 50% of this land is within habitat, but you may give an idea only 30% of that is really providing. This other is within habitat, but it's actually not got wildlife use on it. Can you give us some of that? Do you feel like?
Yeah, I'd say that's why we ended up at the acreage, is because of that. So it's been brought out 750 landowners in the LOA. That's a lot of properties to say this one's above average, this one's well below, this one's a 0, this one's a 2, this, that's a lot of work for the biologist. And frankly, that's why we ended up with the one. One of the reasons that we ended up with the one is because we're trying to account for all landowners. To Brett's point, that once again is the LOAs can decide who has the 0.1 and who has the 5.2, and they can distribute the tags or the money or however they decide to distribute it, they can do that. And say yours is a 0.1, you're not getting very much. Yours, you have a lot of use. We'll give you 10%. I mean, if that's the property that has all the deer on it or the elk, and that's where all the hunting pressure and they're doing all the good things. I guess that's what I'd say, is that the division is kind of shied away from that, because I don't know that we really want to be picking winners and losers. And the landowner associations are all there in a unit that are tied together. They know whose land is better and whose isn't. And I think it's something that we would leave up to them to fight over.
Chad, can I ask a question, Mr. Chair? Chad, so, and I get why the division is shying away. I mean, that's a legitimate concern. Could we not have private contractors come in and play that role And I get what you're saying is that, all right, yeah, within the permits allocated to the LOA, let's let them fight amongst them and distribute them themselves. That's great. That's not what we're talking about, though. What we're talking about is the percent of the permits that go to the public and percent that go to the landowners. That's what we need someone to weigh in on, not internally, but separate between the private and the public. I get that we don't want our biologists to shove them in there in that awkward position. Why couldn't we have private contractors come in and do that at the LOA's expense?
That'd probably be something that we could explore going forward.
Could we implement the use of these collars that are?
Yeah, so that is something that we'll look at going forward, is the collars. We have to be careful because not all of our collar designs are to track where the animals are, right? Some of them are movement ones, but that is one that we actually had. We did kind of tease that out, and on the Ponsagon, we saw that there, I think it was 5.5% of the use was on LOAs, and they got 4.8% of the tags. So we were pretty close to that. We were closer to the one to one than 1.5 on that. That was a movement collar study. We don't have, some of the other ones are doing survival studies. I don't know if that's the best data to use. But going forward, I mean, that's definitely a potential of, as we go forward, we'll get better data and we'll get better usage of that.
Chairman, I'm going to ask Randy to see if he will amend his motion to be utilized. Was it cropland you used? Utilized cropland, and have the division come back with a multiplier for that right now. And if somebody wants to make a second motion with rangeland, I'll second his motion for just cropland vote.
But what do you mean utilized? That means that it's got.
They've got you could have farmland on there without any animals.
Yeah.
So if they're utilizing, if wildlife is utilizing their cropland, we offer a way to incentivize it.
Mr. Chair, can I interrupt for just 1 second and point out and make this worse?
No.
First of all, I'd just like to say that I thought the idea that Wade had was a really good compromise, acknowledging that the 50% matters, and also that as we work through some of these issues, leaving some of the LOAs behind might not be a fair way to go. And when we start talking about this multiplier, it is insanely complex, because we're talking about, does percent ownership of the unit mean percent ownership of the animals? Does percent use mean percent ownership of the animals? Does the value, the way the division manages, determines the value of those permits? As an example, if we were to turn the Wasatch into a limited entry deer unit, it would probably minimalize a lot of the value in some of these current limited entry units because of the potential that it has to grow deer, and shift that value completely. And so when we start to get into this, it is insanely complicated about what a multiplier even means. We've looked at some of the units. We did an assessment on one of the units on total damage payments that we would incur if we were to go to a straight depredation program. And it turned out to be between $30,000 and $40,000. The permits issued on that unit were between $300,000 and $400,000. So when we start talking about fairness and values and multipliers, this becomes insanely complicated. That is what we're trying to say, right? We talk about, well, it's fair if they have more use. If they have 30% of the use, they should get 30% of the permits, regardless of the amount of land they have. Okay, well, who pays for 30% of the law enforcement? And who pays for 30% of the flights? And who pays for 30% of the habitat biologist and 30% of the wildlife biologist? And these costs are in the millions. The Ponsagon collaring study alone, just looked at some of the data, $350,000 funded by sportsmen and conservation permits and PR money, right? We didn't come and ask for monies for that. No, we did that because we wanted those data and we want to manage wildlife better. And we keep doing that. And this program is intended to try and say thanks, but we can really convolute it if we start talking about what is really fair. Because then we need to divide up all the costs, all the fairness, and if we do that, we will end up with multipliers that are less than one, some that are more than one. And I don't know that that's the best way to do this.
But is this motion is for an action log, right?
And I understand that. But what I'm saying is, even what you're asking us to do starts to become insanely complicated. Do we look at it from a deer quantitative standpoint? Do we look at it from a management unit quantitative standpoint? Do we look at it from a financial quantitative standpoint? What is the multiplier? The animals on certain units are worth more than others simply because of the buck-doe ratios. If we change those in a management plan, we change the values.
Thanks, Colby.
One of the things we were trying to accomplish, I think what the board wanted to accomplish when we asked to form a committee to review this rule was to get rid of all the subjectiveness out of the allocation process. Because we would have landowners come and want additional tags and with sometimes great justification and other times just because the neighbor was getting it and he wanted the same treatment and it was pretty difficult. And so I guess right now I'm going to withdraw my motion.
Mr. Chair, could I just speak to Colby? And I know we're beating this one, but quite frankly, it's important and it's worth beating this dead horse. I love Colby's thoughts right there. Just fiercely fair. And I love that. And I think he brought up some really valid points. Right now, we do kind of have a public-private partnership that is tolerated on both sides. And we're trying to play with that, and Colby is illustrating some of the unintended consequences of that. But I would just suggest back to him that I think the landowners would love that idea. Let's pull out the pen and paper and calculators and start totaling up expenses. I think they would love that idea. They're also paying for biologists. They're paying for bounties, fences, tractors, rangeland harrows. They've got a couple of expenses as well. And so I think Colby's point is very valid, but I think there is another side of it too. There is an enormous amount of expense going on both sides of this, and it's not like these permits are just this welfare handout to a group of guys sitting there going, oh, thanks.
Okay, so let me state where we are, and I'm going to try to direct the board to a motion. So we've had a lot of discussion. We had a motion that we'd ask the division to look at an action log item. We had a lot of discussion. We had the division come up and speak to that, and that motion has been pulled. And so now we're on the table again with zero. I would open it up for motions.
I still had a motion that we accept it as presented. And that we have the division look at a multiplier maybe on irrigated land, leave crop, rangeland, all that alone. But have the division look at it as maybe just a bonus on irrigated land. But have them look at that. But as of today, move that we accept it as presented.
Okay, so I'm going to drill in on your motion. Are we just voting on what was presented? Right, on the four.
Right. Just specifically those 4 items.
Yeah, and
we would need to do
the remainder of the presentation as presented.
Okay, so restate your motion.
Well, when I first made the motion, they wanted to carve those out, so it would have been the same before as now. Make a motion that we pass the presentation minus those 4 that we've already voted on as presented.
So I think their point is that the only thing they were proposing were those 4 things. So that was the bulk. So I guess these other things would be on the side.
So I got a question for Stacy. If no motion is made and a multiplier is not added, are we done? Yes, I think that's where the division was at, so. Okay, does someone want to make a stab at the multiplier?
So, Mr. Chair, find myself in an odd place. Obviously, I'm pretty passionate about this, but there is a public perception out there that I have a conflict of interest. So while I've been very vocal and mouthy about this, I have wanted to stay out of the motions and the voting just because of that perception. I do not have a conflict of interest on this issue, but there is that perception out there, and I want to maintain the integrity of the board, and so I do want to stay out of this as much as I can. But if I needed to make a motion, I would, I guess.
Then does anybody else want to make a motion on the multiplier?
Can I ask a question? Quick one, Chad. When you arrived at 1, I'm figuring you had fully in mind that the wolf bites both ways if we were going with the multiplier. And is that the reason you arrived at 1? Are some people getting less than they've have in the past with this, with the change?
But for a lot of it, the acreage was what we were recommending throughout. So for a lot, it wasn't a change. But yeah, I mean, that was definitely a consideration of why we went to 1, is because figuring that those lands cancel each other out. The LOAs have the ability to distribute to those that provide more and less to those that provide less.
And I figure they have full knowledge of those properties as well, of who provides more and who has less skin in the game, so to speak. And so I guess I don't understand why that can't work itself out within the association.
Yeah, I mean, they're on their ground every day. Those guys are all together, so they should know that better than what we could. Even if we spent a day doing a habitat assessment, they're there all the time. So I think it's something they could work out.
I like the multiplier of 1.
What's that?
I like it how it is.
As 1? Yeah.
Okay. I was going to say, Wade, do you want to make a motion on the multiplier? If not, I've got maybe a catch-up motion.
And so while you were talking, if you want to make a motion, but Carl says he may have something too, you may ask what that is.
Please, Carl, go ahead.
Mine is just I don't want this to die today. I think there is some benefit that we can bring to the landowners, that there's some way that we can be fair with the tag allocation. I just don't want it to die. So I guess the motion I would make is that we add on to our action log that as this committee is formed, that the division cooperate that, and they take just a couple minutes at every one of our board meetings and report to us where they're at with that. And maybe the report is going to be nothing happened, but I just don't want this to die today with people thinking we let it die today without putting something together. And so we add on our action item that poor Chad gets to come and do a couple minutes with us on where they're at in addressing the 50%, addressing potential multipliers, potential positive multipliers, potential negative multipliers, whether they've hired private people to do this, where they're at with this committee, and just report back to us on it. I just don't want it to die today.
See, and Carl, I appreciate that. I think that's all I'm looking for, is that we don't just wrap this up, put a bow on it, and shelve it for another 30 years. If we can continue to do that, and if we all have a different, varied view of maybe how this could get crafted and we don't let it die, that's literally all I'm asking for. I hope we understand the fact this multiplier is not a new idea. We've always had, not on every unit, but there's always been an acreage and a usage component. The multiplier is the usage component. we are taking that from them. This is a taking from the landowners. We are changing the rules. We're not adding. This multiplier thing. It's a new term, and it's never been quantified. And so I hope we don't feel like this is new. All we're asking, all Carl is asking, is that can we please instruct the division to look at this usage component and ways to implement it fairly.
Well, and I think the strong point is we're going to have an LOA committee to work with. So I would ask the LOA committee to work with the DWR. They're going to have somebody to coordinate with, just like on the CWMUs, and just not let it die today, but we have further conversations, because I'm not ready to put a number to a multiplier on any grant today. So
I think you're right, Carl. I think as long as we put some parameters on here that just because this is hard, we don't shelve it and we don't ignore it and we don't put it as this is our toughest to-do list item. Let's do it last. Maybe if we could put some sideboards on there, Carl, and just say, look, every board meeting or every other board meeting or every 2 months, we get an update. And then perhaps at that point, as this thing evolves, we could give a little more instruction. To me, that's all I'm asking for. So I think you're on the right track, Carl.
is that a second?
Yes.
A long-winded motion and a long-winded second. Stacy, do you have that?
Who's going to be moving to the end of the table pretty soon, Stacy?
Chairman, can I just make a comment? I guess I have a concern over asking more things for the division to do that are really outside of the norm. We typically don't ask advisory committees to give us an update on what they're talking about. We're going to ask the advisory committee to come to the division and talk about whatever issues they have, whether it's a 50% or whether it's a percent of usage on the public land or whatever it is. I want to hear what they have to say, but I don't know that. To me, I can't support that motion because I don't think it's necessary, because we're going to have this advisory committee that's going to be doing that stuff anyway.
And maybe I used the wording wrong, but the LOA committee, I don't see that as an advisory. That's a governing board for them.
They're going away.
The LOA committee?
Yeah.
The one that the LOA members are going to be a part of? I thought we just voted to form that.
That's advisory committee.
Okay, well then, I don't want the committee that met to do this to be that. I want the LOA ownership committee, whatever we're going to call that, to work with them and come do a joint report to us.
Can you come speak to what would be available and what you could be willing to do?
Yeah. I think that LOA advisory committee has LOA representation on it, but I think it's a more broad representations, because you have some sportsmen's groups on it. You have other people that are not just LOAs. I think it's an important part of this is that there's really 3 parties, right? There's a sportsman public, there's LOAs, and there's the division. And I think it's important that we incorporate all 3 of those into this discussion. And I think if you just get it from the LOA perspective, it might be a little bit biased towards that way, and you don't get the other perspective.
Well, I want all of those people coordinating us and just a position statement of where they're at so that it just doesn't die. Is that answer for you?
Yeah, but why not the CWMU committee? Because they got issues too. Why not have them come every board meeting and give us an update on where they're at? That's my concern.
I mean, the only other time that we've asked this is on that sheep transplant. And we asked them to report because we didn't want that to die.
Randy, I think the issue is we're tasking this advisory committee to go flesh through some really hard things. If we were tasking the CWMU committee to do the same, the advisory committee, then yes, I think it's fair. We have them come back. And I mean, clearly the intent of this reporting is so this doesn't just go away and get shelved again for 30 more years. And if we give them specific, this is what we're tasking you with, please just keep us updated over the next, whatever. It doesn't have to be every meeting.
That's my problem, I guess, Wade, is one of those specific things, because the 50% rule, we just passed 2 months ago. That was gone through the RAC process, the 50%, but now we're talking about rehashing what we just passed 2 months ago. I don't think we need to do that. If it comes up in this advisory committee down the road, then let them bring it back to us. The only thing, that's kind of where I'm at is the things we're talking about, we just passed 2 months ago. We all agreed on, or we all, I guess, had public process on. We all went through that process. I don't think we need to start it all over again now. I think we need to go whatever this advisory group comes up with that they want to talk about and they want to present forward. Yeah, then we need to hear that. But the things that we have concerns because we wanted it to change and we didn't get it changed. I've got some things on there that were, but I got to back up and say, don't be a nerd. Because that's where I'm at on this particular thing is we just went through this process. Let's not ask them to come up with this rehash the stuff we've already hashed over unless they feel it's a concern. And if they feel it's a concern, then let's bring it to the board again.
I'm going to emphasize that too. I think you stated a lot of things there that if this is voted on, it should only be for the multiplier, because really everything else was passed. What could be agreed upon were those 4 things the division worked on. So if anything is left on the table today, a motion should be made specifically for the division to look at if there's a multiplier that they could be brought back that could be agreed upon. And so I would ask the task board if they want to make a motion towards that, that's what it should be towards.
Mr. Chair.
So I'll officially withdraw that motion and we'll start where you're at. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I guess, Randy, I get where you're coming from. I guess I disagree because this board voted 3 months ago to temporarily pass a proposal and leave the door open for an LOA association to come back and give us a proposal. It wasn't just on the multiplier. It was on all of it. We left the door open. This board left the door open. This isn't sour grapes of somebody didn't get what they wanted. This board left the door open and said, please come back with some suggestions that we'll entertain. And now all we're saying is, okay, advisory committee, please entertain some of these suggestions. To me, I don't think that's inappropriate or out of line.
No, I totally agree with you. But they brought back 6 agenda items, 6 items, and 4 of them were accepted and have now passed this board. The other 2 were not.
Accepted by who?
By the committee.
The committee. And so now the committee is the policy
and then
maker?
brought here. So now we're but the 50% wasn't part of that at all. Those items were not part of that brought forward by the LOA committee or the LOA group to this board. So we really ought to focus on what that was. And those other 2 that weren't brought forward as a proposal today, we ought to be talking about. We ought to leave the rest of that stuff out because that has already water under the bridge. I guess that's my opinion.
I get your point, but it was part of the original proposal. And if it needs to be addressed, I think that is the role of this board and that advisory committee is to address concerns within the LOA program. I'd hate to say, hey, that's off limits because we already talked about it.
No, I agree. It's not off limits, but we can make a motion if we want.
I'm going to let this new advisory committee organize and function. And as they bring topics back, not a requirement. I hope they find topics. I hope they have serious conversations, and I hope they bring them back when they come up without a requirement is where I'm sitting right now.
Mr. Chair, I'd make a motion. This isn't germane to LOA permit distribution, so I don't even have a perceived conflict of interest on this. I'd make a motion that we direct the newly formed LOA advisory committee to look at multiplier options, 50% options, and anything else that they see are critical to the program, that they address those and bring them back to the board within a year. That'd be, I don't know if that's an action log or that's just an actual motion. I don't know.
I think that'd be an actual motion because it's more than just a division. So is there a second for that?
I'll second that. That's worded tremendously better than I did. I'll second that.
So, and I want to clarify that. So this advisory committee is not, usually an advisory committee is made up to help them function within their confines of a rule. Now we are tasking an advisory committee to come up with a rule. That is unheard of.
Well, and that's not what I'm asking them. I'm asking them to, well, I think you and I are going to go for it.
Bring us suggestions. We're not asking them to formulate a rule. Bring us suggestions that we can turn into a rule. We want them to basically do the heavy lifting on this multiplier usage concept and then bring it back to the board with, here's our recommendations after working on this for 6 months.
Colby, can you speak to that?
It feels like the motion just gave some clarifying direction to the committee, which I think that you can give clarifying direction to a committee and have it be a good thing. Is that the question?
But my question is, are we asking for this rule to be open while they do that?
I don't think so. I think you're asking the committee to evaluate some of these things. And then the way that would work is if there was something that needed a rule change, the committee would, this committee is advisory to the division and the board. And so they would advise the division then to open the rule and make this change, whatever, if it needed a rule change, and then it would come back through the public process again.
I think that's what the whole board needs to understand today is after today, this rule is closed. We're still asking them to bring us additional items, but after the vote today, this rule is passed.
Sure, but again, and tell me if I misunderstood Wade's motion, but Wade's motion was more to give direction to the committee on things that they should be thinking about and evaluating, not necessarily to open the rule again, but when it comes up to something that there's an issue that we feel like we have some closure on, we've identified several issues that this isn't perfect. When there's an issue that we feel like we can modify to make better, that then the committee would work with the division, and then the division would open the rule and make it back through the public process. Is my understanding correct?
Yeah, I think we're splitting hairs here. I think, Mr. Chair, by the simple fact that we didn't take action today, the grace period that Carl's motion allowed ends. And so the motion, the proposal that we passed in June would become effective. But I think my motion is probably maybe a little stronger than where Colby's at. My motion is we are directing the advisory committee to address these issues and bring us back some potential fixes. That doesn't open the rule, in my opinion.
Kyle, can you speak to it?
So if I understand the motion right, we're asking the advisory committee for LOAs to bring forward suggestions that we voted on in the standing rule. Here, it's a public board comprised of voluntary members. It's, to me, seems the same as saying LOAs bring a comment forward. I don't think you need to vote on it. You can, but you could also simply express as a consensus of the board that you'd like more comment. But as far as the board's authority goes, the advisory committee could do that regardless of the vote today.
So that's a good point. That's why I asked, is this more of an action log thing? Because is this something that should just be on an action log and we're asking the advisory committee?
That was my concern. But this could continue to be a discussion and bring new ideas. But I just wanted to clarify that once we vote today, if there's anything that needs to come forward as a motion, get it on the table right now. Because if not, that they'll come forward, but the rule has to be opened, and that only happens so often. So if there's something that you I'm going to ask the Wildlife Board, we have a motion and a second. I'm going to ask them to vote on the motion. And then I'd also like to clarify that after the motion, we have lunch that has been brought in, and there is lunch for everybody that is here. Public, all those, so we'd invite you to stay and have lunch. So with that, I'm going to open it up and ask the Wildlife Board to vote on the motion. Is there any questions on that motion?
Can you restate it, please?
Yeah. Can you restate the motion?
Should we let Stacy restate the motion? Have you got something over there you can read, Stacy?
All right, board. Your current motion made by Wade states that you would like to direct the LOA Advisory Committee to look at the multipliers, the 50% rule, and any other issues or concerns that may come with the new LOA rule and bring that back with recommendations. That was seconded by Carl. So you've basically asked the public to bring you suggestions to go through the process, which is well within line of what we do here.
Any questions? Okay, we'll start with Bryce.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
We didn't want you to feel left out today.
So the motion on the table is asking a public body. It's not like the LOA committee. It is an advisory committee. They always already come with ideas and suggestions to the board. So is that any different than if we did not make a motion? So we have the LOA, many LOA members here. I feel like a more valuable suggestion is that we ask the division and the LOA group to continue to work together to find science and an avenue to be able to distinguish who is providing the most valuable lands and to come up with a formula to get there. We've already voted on the 4 items, voted on the rule today, but I think more valuable than asking the advisory committee is ask the LOA group that's here today to work together to bring that back. And so with that, I think it's an odd motion because I don't want to set a precedence that the only time an advisory committee can bring something to us is when we make a motion. And that's why I would not think that we go down that road. They're always welcome. If I vote no today, the advisory committee, that the LOA group, you're absolutely always welcome to come and present to us today. And so with that, I'll vote no. But it doesn't change that they can work with us. That makes sense? Okay, with that, we'll take a 45-minute break. There's lunch here for everyone. Okay, half hour. All right, we'd like to welcome you back. Those that have stayed with us online, welcome back. Appreciate it. We went to a lunch break. We will now start with agenda item number 8, the conservation permit audit. And we will have Chris Van Heusen present to us.
Hold on.
I'm a financial manager with the Division of Wildlife. Today, I'm presenting the 2022 audit of our conservation permit program. To briefly summarize the program, a small percentage of permits are designated as conservation permits and are awarded to conservation partners. Conservation permits generate critical revenue for wildlife habitat improvement projects and conservation efforts across the state. Our partners in this program not only provide vital funding, but also volunteer efforts for on-the-ground work that supports wildlife. This year, 318 permits were awarded to our conservation partners. This makes up less than 3% of all permits. The permits were sold at auction in order to maximize the return for wildlife conservation. And this year, conservation permits generated more than $7 million. Conservation permit revenues fund conservation efforts in the following way. 30% of the revenue is returned to the Division of Wildlife and allocated to conservation efforts at the discretion of the division. 60% of the revenue is retained by the conservation group and allocated to division-approved projects at the group's discretion. And 10% of the revenue is made available to the conservation groups to cover administrative costs. Our annual audit of the program primarily focuses on 4 main items. We verify that division approval was obtained prior to the start of all funded projects. We confirm that permit revenues were held in a federally insured bank account and were separate from the conservation group's other finances. We verify that division's records of what permits sold for at auction matches what the groups reported at the time of the audit. And lastly, we confirm that all division project invoices were paid on time and revenues were allocated to projects within 2 years from when they were collected. Each year we highlight anything that's changed or is new since the last audit. This year we welcomed Utah Archery Association, Utah Houndsman Association, and Wildlife Conservation Foundation into the program. This past fall, division admin staff provided training to the new groups covering permit sale reporting and audit documentation requirements. And all 3 groups have demonstrated effective communication with division staff and have really been great to work with this year. In this year's audit, we compared the recorded auction price of 173 permits against what was reported by the groups, and no anomalies were identified. An exceptions report was utilized to compare current year permit prices against previous years to monitor price disparities. And again, no anomalies were identified. The groups provided supporting documents for all project payments, and it was confirmed that all projects had been through the division's pre-approval process as required. All groups utilized separate secure bank accounts for managing conservation permit funds. Some groups had bank fees that exceeded interest earned on their accounts. Those groups have been notified and are prepared to cover the fees. And then one of the groups remitted slightly more than 30% to the division. And so an extra $75 was added to an internal project account and will be used to, and credited toward a future project. In response to this year's audit, division admin staff would like to sincerely thank all of the conservation groups for being timely and accurate in their supporting of payments, reports, and financial records. The group's high level of transparency and responsiveness made this year's audit go very smoothly, and it's greatly appreciated. And these last bullet points here are just a friendly reminder to groups. please ensure that any permit revenues that were pending collection at the time of the audit have since been collected and deposited. And then also please be sure to make any needed adjustments for bank fees that exceeded interest earned on the account. This last slide provides a summary of the verified change in each group's retained permit revenues since last year's audit. The first column contains an acronym that identifies each of the conservation groups. The second column identifies all carryover revenues. So this number was the ending balance at the conclusion of last year's audit. And then from there, you can see that we've added project revenues that were generated as a result of this year's permit sales, followed by any additional funds that were added to the account to be used for future projects. And then the sum of these first three columns gives us this year's total project revenue available. And finally, we've reduced the available balance to reflect all project payments that were made since last year's audit. And then this leaves us with the remaining project funds balance, which reconciles exactly with each group's adjusted bank balance. This concludes my presentation. I'd like to thank the board for reviewing the content of this audit and for supporting this program. I'd also like to thank our conservation groups again, as well as division staff who contributed to making this year's audit process a success. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. I would like to direct the Wildlife Board, if they have any questions, to Mike Canning's here to answer them. So with that, any questions? Questions from the rack chairs? Do we have any public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On agenda item number 8, conservation permit audit, there were no public comments submitted. Thank you.
All right, I'll have our rack chairs report on motions. Let's start with Southern Region. Nothing? Oh, okay. All right. All right, we have just one public comment card. If there's any others, give you some time to bring it up. Troy Justison.
Troy Jessenson, Sportsman, Fish and Wildlife. I'd just really like to thank the division, this board, and the average Joe for allowing us to participate in this process and the whole conservation permit thing. Tell you what, if you go look at other states and their struggles to finances to do projects, we've got it great. There's pros and cons to it, and it's a sacrifice. These tags are taken right out of the average Joe's chance to draw. But I firmly believe the monies that we generate from those things and the projects we do increases the opportunity. I also like to give a shout out to the division for helping us become more transparent so people can see. They help us walk through the process, and I thank my team for being so organized and having everything in order. So thank you.
Thanks, Troy. All right, I'd open that up for board discussion.
I just want to make one comment real quick. I seen the sheep guys here earlier and then SFW. I just want to recognize them for, always showing up and being good partners in this. And those guys work their butts off, and I don't know. I think it's kind of important that we notice their hard work and their dedication of always being here also. So anyway, I think it's a great program.
Mr. Chair, I also want to just recognize all the work the division's done on this. It wasn't very long ago. This was a pretty controversial program. There were a lot of issues, and through the work that's been done administratively, as well as just public education and the partners that are a part of this, it's a wonderful program where it's not that controversial anymore. And so I just appreciate everybody that's stuck with this program because it does an enormous amount of good for wildlife in Utah.
I want to speak to this too, because having the opportunity to work with Waffle and seeing what some of the other states struggle with, they struggle with some of the smallest things to what would be small to us here. They struggle with purchasing a guzzler. They struggle with getting a transport of animals from one place to another. Things that we would not even blink. A quick phone call, we can have an answer in a hurry. And that is through a partnership through the division and with our conservation groups. And I've seen time after time when that call has been answered and a problem solved within minutes. And we know that we have the tools to do it. And I'm so thankful that we do. So both sides, I'm very grateful for all the work that you do. Cleaned up a program, made it very transparent. It's wonderful that way. And thanks for all those that go out and earn the money and make it transparent that everyone can follow. So thank you.
Chairman, I just want to mention that I'm tickled to see 3 additional groups join in the process this year. That just means there's more people out there that are getting to know how it functions and how transparent it is, and I think that helps all of the organizations, even though it might take a few tags away from one organization or another. Having more people involved in it and the public getting to hear more about it, I think it's a benefit to the state of Utah.
All right, thank you. With that, entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion. We go ahead and approve the conservation permit audit.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion made by Randy, seconded by Gary. Any questions on the motion? All right. Let's start with Bryce.
Yes.
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 Sorry, yes.
Yes.
Yes. All right, motion passes unanimous. All right. With that, we'll go to agenda item number 9, conservation permit annual report.
Sweet, Paul, I just saw the clicker, thank you. Okay, so this is a little different than the audit because the report focuses more on the story of conservation permits and some of the partnerships. This is just a brief synopsis of that report. The full report is included in the rack packet and it's posted on the website. So if anyone hasn't had a chance to read that, I encourage them to do so. The story of conservation permits is, it's an interesting story, and we'll go through it a little bit here. Okay, so the program was started in the 1980s. You know, in the early 80s, we had a problem. We had a problem down in and around Canyonlands. We had some high densities of bighorn sheep, right? And we knew that those densities, we were sitting on the edge of a possible population crash. And on the other side of that, we had several areas around the state where we didn't have any bighorn, where we historically had bighorn. They'd been extirpated. Some groups approached the agency and asked the agency if they could auction a tag, one permit, to generate some funding to take some of those sheep in that high density area and move them around to where we'd lost those animals. Worked through the issues, we did it, and the conservation permit program was born. The other side of that story that I think a lot of folks don't know is that shortly thereafter, guy was at 87 when that population crashed. About 7 years later, we lost most of that population. Most of that source that we were able to distribute back across the landscape, we lost them to disease. And if we wouldn't have acted quickly because of that conservation permit money, we could have never had a lot of the sheep restoration that we had. So that was the first big success. It's spelled out, the program's really spelled out in rule. And since it goes back to the 80s, but since 2001, it's generated over 72 million for wildlife. If you look at the number of conservation permits, they fluctuate with the permits in the public draw. So it's spelled out really clearly as to how many conservation permits we have based on the number of permits we're able to offer to the public. If we can offer more permits to the public, we have the ability to offer more conservation permits. If those permits are cut, conservation permits are cut. They're set on a 3-year cycle, but some of the up and down that you see on the annual cycles because a hunt may have gone away. So one of the things we do is we make sure that conservation permits are a part of management, but they don't dictate management. If we need to close a hunt or change a hunt, we do that knowing that we may lose those conservation permits, but we always act in the best interest of wildlife and management. This is probably my favorite slide of the presentation, the partner slide. And you saw this in the audit. But what I'd like to say here is that these are a lot of names, a lot of groups. What we're missing are that these are a lot of faces and volunteers and hard work. Everybody up here dedicates a significant amount of time to making sure that these permits benefit the public. One way or another, 90% of the money from conservation permits comes back to the division for management. There's a lot of upfront costs. There's a lot of hard work. There's a lot of long hours. And we're very appreciative as an agency to the faces behind the names of these groups up here. So a big thank you. We could not do this without our partners. Looking at the revenue generated last year, again, over $7 million for wildlife. These funds, a lot of times we use as match. When the way Fish and Wildlife agencies work, a lot of us know this, some folks online might not, but we are funded on the wildlife side by Pittman and Robertson monies, but we need a 25% non-federal match to leverage those monies. And this is one of our sources to leverage those monies. Utah's able to really leverage money and apply 25% of the conservation permit money to then a 75% federal excise tax and do more for wildlife than other states. And this is what that leads to. Last year alone, collared over 1,000 big game animals. We are learning more. The deer work sessions, the elk work session, all this that we're learning is because we have access to additional funding through these conservation permits. And it allows hunting to remain relatively inexpensive for our customers because we're able to take a few permits and set those aside to get the highest market value possible. Some of the fun stuff that we're doing right now is, as we've looked around the state, we know that it's hard to get good data on mountain goats. A lot of the cause-specific mortality and things that we have for deer, elk, or other species, we don't have that for mountain goats. We used some of these funds last year, and we're trying to get that to see why our mountain goat populations in some areas are struggling. We've got callers out there. The cougar scavenging and prey selection study. This is a super fun study. We're doing it along the Wasatch Front, on the Nebo and the Wasatch. And we're looking to see if mountain lions, we're looking at mountain lion densities, or we're looking at rates of scavenging versus rate of kill. We're looking at prey selection and how does that change throughout the year. And we're learning things about mountain lions that we never knew before. It's been really interesting to see mountain lions have a strategy when food will preserve of harvesting adult deer, and then them switching when fawns become plentiful onto the young of the year, knowing that they can eat that and don't have to try to cache it. So learning some really interesting stuff. And then it's funded the Wildlife Migration Initiative. This initiative started 2017, and we've learned a lot about corridors and how animals use the landscape, and never could have done it without conservation permits. It's the match money and funding for a lot of our habitat work that wouldn't get done otherwise. You know, some huge guzzler projects on the Book Cliffs, the Newfoundland Mountains, Pleasant Valley and Tinnick Mountains, and also some big habitat projects. And that's all. Again, a big thanks to a few folks, the sportsmen that sacrifice these permits, and our conservation partners that are able to market them and help us get the funding we need to do more work for them for these species. So thanks.
Thanks, Colby. Questions? Questions from the rack chairs? All right. Discussion on.
I got a question. So
Is any of that money put toward predator control?
Yeah, the short answer is yes.
Director, any public comment?
On agenda item number 9, the conservation permit annual report, we didn't have any online comments.
With that, we have one comment from the public, Troy Justin.
Troy Justice, Sports, Fish, and Wildlife. I just want to say one thing. A lot of people say, and they look at the dollar value of what's generated from these permits. And yeah, we get to keep 10%. Is it a substantial amount of money? It is. I'm not going to lie to you. It helps. But the real value to these permits to me is I have volunteers that have been volunteering for over 30 years. That's unheard of in a volunteer basis. And why? Because now we get to partner with the division. They have some skin in the game. They have some say on where these funds are spent. I guarantee you, without this conservation permit money, a lot of these horses, the Donnie Hunters, the Paul Niemeyers, the Nolan Gardners, the Eric Lukes, you burn out. There's only so much time you can volunteer. But when they actually see a difference in their backyard with funds made and see a difference, not only for them, for the families and people around them, it gives them that extra drive to go. So once again, I'm appreciative to our partners in the division and giving us this opportunity to be a partner in this thing and have some skin in the game. Thank you.
Thanks, Troy. All right, discussion from the board.
I just appreciate the report. I, every year, send dozens of people there to say, just to look at that long list at the back end of what's accomplished with this. I just appreciate everybody putting that together. It's an amazing program. A lot of great things are going, but just having that report that you can send people to is very good. With that, I'll make a motion to approve or accept the annual report for conservation permits.
I'll second that.
Got a motion by Carl, seconded by Wade. I'll just add to it. I believe it might have been mine and your first year on the board, but we weren't where we are today. I remember there was a lot of discussions that we had to work through, so I appreciate getting where we are. So with that, I'll call for a vote. Let's start with Bryce.
Yes.
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 Yes. Motion passes unanimous. With that, we'll go to agenda item 10, prohibited species request.
This is going to be a long one.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Stacy Coons, and I'm the Wildlife Board Coordinator, and grateful today that I'm not Ben Nadelsky's supervisor. So I'll be presenting today the variance request from Mr. Dylan Gardner on behalf of Great Basin Shrimp. He would like to, sorry, Ben. Anyway, focus. Okay. He would like to possess Pacific white leg shrimp as a commercial venture up in Bear River City. It is a prohibited species, so he does need the Wildlife Board's approval to have a live possession of it, which is what we're requesting today. There were some concerns from the division on his water flow on his building. The building is not built yet, so we're asking as one of the stipulations that he work with the division on establishing his wastewater flow, either during the beginning of the building or before the COR is issued at the end. We do ask that he purchase from a health certified facility and that he follows all of the Department of Ag's regulations for the commercial selling of food for human consumption. So with that, we would ask for your approval.
So was this run through just the division, or is there a committee?
So all requests for prohibited species are done through the Certification Review Committee, which is the division with the Department of Ag has a rep on it and the Department of Health has a rep on it.
Okay. And their recommendation was to approve?
Yes.
Thanks.
Stacy, I guess this is a marketable item. How big are we talking? I mean, are we talking huge thing, or are we just talking thousands? Are we talking hundreds of thousands or millions or whatever?
Well, his business plan could lead to a fairly profitable business. In full disclosure, this is probably the 7th request over 10 years that have come before the board for shrimp to grow in the state of Utah. I think it might be one of those things that it sounds like a better idea than it actually is when you try to put it into work. Growing shrimp in a desert probably isn't the most economical thing, but out of the 7 that the Wildlife Board have approved, 1 facility was constructed, and that gentleman has produced a shrimp, but not enough to actually sell. So it depends on how you look at it. A good business model could probably make a run on it. I don't know how else to answer that.
No, that was good. I just didn't know. Never heard of them, so. And where's this located?
It's Bear River City, so it's across the way from the bird refuge up there. That's where the property sits.
Thank you.
So I'm assuming they did with the potential risk assessment and all that kind of stuff. What are the potential risks of this kind of venture?
You could possibly have escapement from a shrimp into the waters that play up there. That's why we have concerns with their water flow. We'd like to see it be a contained system. That's probably your greatest risk.
And the fish would get bigger, is that right?
The shrimp?
No, the fish that ate the shrimp that escaped.
Possibly.
Okay.
Any questions from rack chairs? Was there any, there was no public comment?
No, we didn't collect any public comment on this.
I have.
Mr. Chair, I
yeah.
had a question.
Okay.
So I know your concern is containment. Is there, if it did get out, could it actually establish and have negative impact on any native species?
There's a possibility of that, yes. Which again is why we'd like to inspect their facility prior to the construction of it. But yes, there's always that possibility on escapement.
All right, with that, I don't have any public comment cards. We'll open it up for board discussion.
So with the recommendation, that mitigates a lot of your, I'm seeing him nod and not over there, but if you, the circulatory system, whatever that you are recommending, that's going to calm a lot of your concerns?
Yeah.
Okay.
Stacy could answer that, Bryce.
Stacy did answer that for you.
Well,
Well, I think we've had a lot of eyes look at this and that people are watching and are going to inspect it. And so I'll make the motion that we approve this prohibited species request.
Okay,
I'll second it.
seconded by Brett. Got a motion on the table. We got a second. Any questions on the motion? Okay, I'll call for a vote. Let's start with Bryce.
yes.
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 Motion passes unanimous. Go to agenda item 11.
Thank you, Wildlife Board. I'm Stacy Coons. I'm the Wildlife Board Coordinator, and I'll be presenting the 2023 Raccoon Board meeting dates. I did provide you with the whole calendar in your packet. However, as magic would happen today, I do believe we have a way to move this particular meeting out of the muzzleloader hunt and move it 1 week earlier. In the past, the biggest bottleneck has been the conservation permit audit. Over the past few years, we've actually worked with rules and with the groups in moving their deadline back a bit. It was September 1st for a while. Now they submit their stuff by August 15th, which allows our accounting section more time. So in talking with Chris, who you saw earlier, he's committed to completing the audit a week earlier than he has this year, which means we can shift everything back a week. So in addition to the dates that I already presented in your packet, I would ask that we move September 28th to September 21st. And that would move that set of RAC meetings from September 5th through the 14th to August 29th, 30th, September 5th, 6th, 7th. So it would just shoot this one tour back 1 week and take it out of the muzzleloader hunt, if that's okay with all of you.
That's wonderful. I wish we could have done it this week, but that's great.
Well, as a board member who won't be here next August,
Exactly. I'm looking out for the others.
Just curious, Stacy, what other hunts are going on at that time? What are we moving it into?
Well, what were you hunting last week?
Was there,
What were you guys
was there
hunting last week?
a rifle elk?
Yes.
Limited entry rifle elk. We could put a hold on all of you so you don't draw, if that would help.
I'm still waiting for that.
And then you'll notice we did add the work session. That's become pretty popular in April. It is on a Tuesday, and that was to accommodate a whole bunch of spring breaks. So we apologize if we hit yours. Until the state has spring break at one time, that is just what's going to happen. So that work session is on a Tuesday. It is right before some RAC meetings start, but we do find a value in that meeting in the spring, so we would like to keep it and just start with it on the schedule instead of trying to fit it in later. And other than that, there were no significant changes. There will be a new RAC member and new board member training next year. We will be doing a recruitment starting in January to replace both Kevin and Carl on the board. And then we have numerous RAC positions that are coming available. So while I have the microphone, I might as well do a pitch for that. That nomination period for board members will open in January. There are certain deadlines in statute that we are required to meet. So we start in January in order to get a Senate confirmation in June. And then the new board members would start with the August. It would be August 16th, RAC and board training. That would be their first date. The RAC members, we won't start recruiting until March. So we recruit just a little bit later, but they will also start their terms July 1st of next year. So you can check the division's website for all of the nomination information and application forms. And that is all I have for you.
Thank you. Any questions for Stacy? Look at the rack chairs and tell them to get their resumes ready. Any questions from the rack chairs? You have no public comment? All right, I'd open it up for discussion.
We always seem to have a muzzleloader conflict, and so I'll make the recommendation that we approve the calendar with the September 1st meeting rather than the 28th, and we'll go with that.
Second.
Okay, got a motion by Carl, seconded by Wade. Any questions on the motion? All right, I'll call for a vote.
Yes.
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 Yes. Motion passes unanimous.
Thank you.
With that, Wade, let's go to other business. You talked about having something in the other business section.
Yeah, I just wanted to start that discussion back up again about committees. As we're volunteer positions and a volunteer board, obviously, we're not going to be able to flesh out every little detail of every little item that comes across our tables. So we have committees that oftentimes will have a focus group that we throw a host of things. I mean, we've had technology committees, landowner committees. I mean, every kind of committee that we wanted, we've thrown it out. Obviously, all the statewide plans, all the management plans have their own committee. And these committees play a really important role in giving us recommendation, I think in shaping the division's recommendation. I think they're important. And I guess my point is this. So when the state legislature was weighing in on a few wildlife issues a year ago or a year and a half ago, I called several of them and were pretty critical because I felt like they were getting out of their lane. The more time I spend in government, the more important I think it is that we learn how to stay in our lane. And so I was harping on a few legislators and said, look, you guys, we've got a 7-person panel of experts on wildlife issues. Why don't you let them handle it? That's what they're there for. You guys stay out of, you mind your own business. And I was promptly corrected and was taught exactly what our lane was. And I appreciated it because I truly didn't understand it. I thought we were top of the food chain. And I think it's important that each of us understand our role. The role of the legislature, the role of the governor, the role of the wildlife board, the role of the DWR, the role of the RACs. I think it is important that we all understand what piece we play in this big machine. And the committees, what role do the committees play? So I think to me, that's the discussion that needs to happen. The committees play a valuable role in this right now. But my fear is this. And I've mentioned this, and I've mentioned it already in this meeting as well as previous meetings. Are we delegating our authority? The governor appointed us to make decisions. Are we delegating? Are we trying to delegate that authority and responsibility to a committee? And I guess this is what I've been seeing is our committees are so good and so in-depth, and they spend so much time that by the time it gets back to us, we're a little hesitant to basically do our job and disagree in the slightest. So I guess that's one concern I have. The second concern is these committees, again, they have significant input into this. And so, well, a good example, an LOA advisory committee that we just voted to create. You tell me who's going to be on that committee, and I'll pull out my crystal ball and tell you exactly what their recommendations are going to be. Who's on these committees is vital. And I think we need to have, as the chairman mentioned, a guiding document, a guiding principle. I think we need to have some kind of focus as to committee appointments, how they work, where they come from. And if they're our committees, I mean, we're the ones asking for them. If they're our committees, and I don't want to get out of our lane, but if they're our committees, why aren't we a part of appointing some of the people on them, or at least approving appointments? I just think that's such an integral and critical component to what we're doing here. There needs to be a discussion about committees and their creation and their function and their role. And
so I would speak to it too. I've had to answer a lot of questions in the last little while about committees, and I think that there needs to be a transparent document that we can show people on the website. This is how they're created, and then have also there where people can know what committees to follow, what is open. But I think there needs to be a guiding document. When the very first committee I sat on, I was on the Southeastern Region RAC. It was brought to the RAC, asked that they needed a committee member, and the RAC made the motion and voted on that person. I don't see that happen anymore, but I think that there's value in the RAC having input, because then they know that there's a committee starting. And so I would ask the Wildlife Board to entertain a discussion about having a guiding document that the public can look at and know how those committees are formed. So I would open that up for discussion from the board.
I personally like the idea of some kind of a guiding document, just so that we do have some cohesiveness between the way we do things, so the public understands how things should be done, and we understand how things plan to be done. I think our role, and that's me, I don't want to get out of my lane, but maybe I'm out of my lane, but it seems to me like like the board's lane would be to direct the division to put together a committee, and then the committee would be formulated by the division following this set of guidelines. And I guess I'm like Wade. These committees are so vital to our knowledge, because the 7-Up set up here. We're not the experts in it. With the people that sit on those committees are the experts. We're taking their opinions, and typically, if you got 10 people in there, you got 10 opinions, and so they're coming to some kind of a consensus on how to do things, and I think that's important. And then to bring that to the RAC process and let the public chew on it and issue and get their teeth into it and get their opinion too. So I'm like, wait, the committees aren't the answer. They don't take our role. We take input from the online comments from the advisory committees. We take input from the RACs and the public, and then we kind of mold those together to come up with something that we think is close to the way it would be best for the state or the wildlife in the state. So anyway, that's my 2 cents. I would support some kind of a guiding document.
And I would ask the board that if there was a guiding document, that it be brought back forward to the board for discussion and approval.
Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to make that motion, but before I do, I think just to kind of further illustrate the need for this, the people need representation. These are the people's resource. The citizens of Utah own this wildlife, and they need representation. And whether that's an elected spot or appointment by an elected official, they've got to have access. A good example is, let's let me pick all the people that are going to be on the LOA advisory committee. I can handpick the people. That's the problem, is the person that's appointing committee members then has the decision-making power. There isn't equal representation. Clearly, these committees have to have some very balanced, equal representation to support all the user groups, all the interested parties. So I guess part of my concern is the appointments. Who's handpicking the people on the committee? Because that person wields considerable amount of power. That's why I would like to bring it back to this body, because we were appointed by an elected official. And so I don't know that we want to be the ones handpicking them, but at least maybe we ought to have final say. I guess my recommendation would be we make this an action item, put this on the log, that the division formulate a guiding document, a selection document on how we do this, but that it would include that the final approval comes from this body.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
And in a previous life, that's what we had. I mean, I've been accused of stacking committees. I've been accused of dominating committees. But when I was forming committees, they went to an elected body for final approval. So I think there's some wisdom to that.
Any other questions? I'd entertain a motion.
So I think that was a motion. I think I said I moved, didn't I? I meant to. I did, Stacy, I did.
Any questions on the motion? Stacy, do you have that? Okay. We have a second.
So the motion is just to put it on an action item and design a process.
And I believe the division will bring it back. They'll write a document, bring it back, and and the board would then have to approve it.
I'll second that.
But you approve like you're.
And then there'll be a guiding document that can be on the website people can follow. Yeah.
Okay, a guiding document, but that guiding document means we pick and choose committees too. That's what he just said.
No, sorry. So my intent was put on the action item, the division creates a guiding document that they then bring back to us, that we approve the guiding document, but that in the guiding document, it would say something like these committee appointments would come back to us before final approval.
How the selection process is going to be made. They'll tell us in the guiding document.
Okay, but not that we necessarily have to pick every committee.
We don't pick them.
Okay, because that's sounded like the intent, so.
Any questions? We call for a vote, starting with Bryce.
Yes.
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 Yes. Motion passes unanimous. Any other items? Appreciate all that have stayed with us. Boy, there's some champions out there to get through today, so thank you. Motion adjourned, or meeting adjourned.